Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, January 10th. This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of January 2024. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions this morning. May I ask that you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, justice and liberty. Thank you. And today we will be covering all items noted on our January agenda. Before we begin, I want to mention a couple of housekeeping matters. Sometimes there's a bit of a lag on our live stream, so I will do my best to not talk over anyone on the other end of the stream today. Also, this meeting is being transcribed by a court reporter, so I would ask that everyone kindly please try to not talk over each other, so that way the court reporter can accurately take down everything that's being said in today's meeting. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And for anyone wishing to speak today pursuant to Nevada open meeting law, the board may not take any action on any matters brought up during the public comments section. However, we are of course willing and always happy to hear comments from the public as well as comments from other board members. Let's first go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Good morning. Please state your name and spell your name for the record so the court reporter can take it down.
Hi, Diamante, Diamanteasberry. Good morning and Happy New Year to everybody. I'm here on behalf of the Culinary Union, here to just give a quick update. Culinary Union members just won a record-breaking contract. The union's new contract at 23 plus properties on the Las Vegas Strip guarantees $9.21 in an economic package over 5 years. Every worker will be getting a 10% wage increase in the first year, retroactive to June 2023, and a total of 32% in raises over the life of the new contract. Culinary Union members on the Strip have once again fought and won a first-class standards for themselves and their families. Meanwhile, Station Casinos workers are still being treated like second-class workers. Station Casinos does not provide benefits equally to all workers, providing some employees benefits about life, death, and money, while denying the same benefits to other employees. And Station Casinos could have stopped that discrimination against workers any day in 2023, but they refused. Over the course of workers unionizing and fighting discrimination, Station Casinos has implemented enhanced benefits because workers have stood up, organized, and demanded better. Station Casinos management created mud lists, tracking which workers were pro-management, pro-union, or don't know. Station Casinos property directors used these mud lists to decide which workers to rehire during the pandemic, and these mud lists caused damage to workers and their families. Workers at Station Casinos properties voted for the union and won elections by large margins, despite the company fighting their organizing efforts. These workers are still fighting for the company to respect their voices and bargain a fair collective bargaining agreement with the Culinary Union. Station Casinos workers deserve first-class standards like other hospitality workers throughout the city, and they deserve dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Penna, Kathleen I'm a cocktail server at Red Rock Casino. I started working for Station Casinos in 1997, opening up as a cocktail server. In the 9 years working at Sunset Station, we had 3 rebids, 3 opportunities to change our days off, our schedules, our entire shift to suit our lives. I transferred to Red Rock Casino in 2006 to be closer to home, so I wouldn't have to drive 27 miles one way every day. I opened Red Rock Cocktailing in the bingo room. I remember when we were told by the hiring manager at that time, in a few years we would have a rebid and we'd have a chance to change our shifts. After several years, there was a rebid at Red Rock. Only the bartenders and the slot cocktail servers were included. While the bartenders' classifications were abolished, many of the cocktail servers were stuck in their classifications, meaning no movement for any cocktail server other than the slots. So bingo, the poker room, race and sports, the pit, anywhere in those classifications could not bid out or leave their classification. I wasn't given any reason why the bartenders got to leave their classifications, but we were stuck in our classifications. I went through the beverage department, human resources, the general manager, and corporate, and no one could give me a reason why we were stuck in these classifications and not allowed to bid anywhere else. Now it's been 18 years that I've been in the bingo room. I'm in the same position, same days off, same hours. My children were in elementary school when I started at Red Rock. My husband and I worked opposite schedules, so one of us could always be home with them. And now they're adults. And I can't change my days off. I can't change my schedule. I can't change my shift. I'm in the same position I've been for 18 years. The only way I can leave my classification is to take a graveyard shift that nobody else wants, or take a pay cut. I've worked for stations for this 28 years, and I feel no one has listened. We've been in the union now for 3 years, and we're fighting for a fair contract, but no one will listen. Nobody will negotiate. I'm just hoping today somebody will listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Serwinowski, DANSERWINOWSKI. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my story. I had been a banquet server at Red Rock for 14 years before the pandemic. I started out as an on-call banquet server and worked very hard working my way up to the full-time A-list. I knew this was where I wanted to be full-time, so I turned down opportunities at other casinos for that reason. Because I was full-time at Red Rock, I had an opportunity to sign a contract for a new construction home. They started to build my home in January 2020. In March 2020, the pandemic hit and Red Rock let me go and separated me from the company, heartless, all because of a pandemic. I did not know what to do, so I continued on as if I was still going to be able to purchase the home. I watched my home being built from the ground up and worked with the superintendent to make sure everything that I had ordered was installed correctly. I devoted my time, my effort to my dream. Then, about a week before closing, the mortgage company went through my finances and concluded that I no longer qualified to purchase the dream home because I did not have a job. My only income was unemployment. I was devastated, depressed, and disappointed because I lost my home. My American dream of owning a home was taken away from me, shattered. A year later, Red Rock hired me back one day before the new SB 386 right to return to work law went into effect. They rehired me as an on-call server with no seniority. Before I was let go, I had been fighting for a union at Red Rock, wearing my union button at work and representing my coworkers. During the time I was gone, Red Rock decided to hire new employees and put them on the part-time list, a position above what I was rehired as. My 14 years of seniority meant nothing to them. I was like dirt tossed to the curb. Red Rock and stations talk about how they're one of the only casino companies that pay their workers throughout the pandemic. I also work at the Wynn, and their union employees were never let go and had been paid almost their full wages, including gratuity, throughout the pandemic, according to the amount of hours they worked 2 months prior. That's the union difference. I had represented my coworkers at Red Rock since October 2018. I knew back then that we needed a union contract at Red Rock to protect our jobs with dignity and respect. What has happened to me has only made me want to fight even harder for a union contract with job security, so they will never ever be able to do this again to anyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas? Anyone wishing to make public comment in Las Vegas? Seeing none, we'll come up here to Carson City. Anyone in Carson City this morning wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, we will close the first public comment section of the agenda. And Madam Secretary, that brings us to the first item on our agenda today.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for December 2023, as well as the meeting minutes for the workshop held on November 28th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've had the opportunity to go through the dispositions and I didn't have any questions or concerns or other comments. Member Dr. Watkins, did you have questions or comments on the dispositions from last month?
I do not, Chair.
All right, Judge.
No comments, no questions. Thank you.
All right, then, does someone want to make a motion on the dispositions?
I would move to approve the disposition last month as stated by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. And then on the minutes, do we need to read that in or have we already done, Madam Secretary?
I already read those in.
Okay, so then I also have gone through the minutes of the workshop. I didn't have any questions or concerns. Dr. Watkins, did you have any questions regarding the minutes from the workshop?
I do not, Chair.
Judge?
Just to commend you for holding these workshops and look forward to more in the future. I think it's a great way for the industry and the board to communicate with one another, try to keep Nevada as the gold standard.
Thank you for that, Judge. I agree. They were a very good workshop on all of them we had throughout 2023. A lot of participation by the industry and the public. Would you like to make a motion regarding workshop minutes?
Yes, thank you. I would move to approve the workshop minutes.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us, I believe, to, is it non-restricted number one, Madam Secretary?
It is. Non-restricted number one are the applications of Lee Ma and Ryan Comstock for licensure as an officer as noted on the agenda.
Morning, Ms. Rushton.
Good morning. The record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Ainsworth Game Technologies. Joining me today are the applicants, Mrs. Lynn Ma, Chief Financial Officer for AGT, Mr. Ryan Comstock, the Chief Operations Officer for AGT, and General Counsel, Mr. Larry Wheeler.
Morning.
Members of the board, the applications before you are relatively straightforward. Both of the applicants have spent most of their professional time and career at Ainsworth Game Technologies. And as you also saw, Mr. Comstock has lived the majority of his life in Nevada. They appear before you today in their roles as executives for Ainsworth Game Technology. And although the applications are relatively straightforward, both applicants, with your permission, Chair, would like to make a brief affirmative presentation to introduce themselves to the board and give you a little bit of background about their duties and responsibilities with AGT.
Be wonderful. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Lynn Lau.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, board members Watkins, and Assad. I'm Lidma, the Chief Financial Officer of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited. I'd like to thank you for having me to appear in front of the Gaming Control Board this morning. I'd like to take a few moments to provide a brief introduction of myself.
Please.
So I was born in Malaysia. Upon completion of high school, I moved to Australia and obtained my Bachelor of Commerce from the University of New South Wales. And since then, I've called Australia pretty much my home. I started working for Ainsworth Game Technology Limited in 2007 as an assistant accountant. During my tenure at AGT, I've been promoted several times to various roles, with my last role being the Group Financial Manager and the Assistant Company Secretary. Upon Mr. Lutsky's resignation as the Chief Financial Officer, I was appointed board to be the CFO. I currently report to Mr. Howard Newman, the Group CEO. Since filing my application with the Gaming Control Board, I have relocated to Las Vegas and living my life in Nevada. I'm working out from the AGT Inc. office. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Investigations Division and also Senior Agent Ashlenberg for her professional and courteous manner in conducting this investigation. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ma, and welcome. Gentlemen, please be seated. Tell us a little bit about your day-to-day duties in your new role.
Yes. So my day-to-day duty is, leading a group of financial controllers from various regionals. So we have offices in Florida, Las Vegas, and also in Australia. Working closely with the senior executive in providing strategic input in terms of achieving the objectives of the company and treasury management and dealing with external bankers and auditors. So that's pretty much my day-to-day role.
How much time do you have to travel now?
Since I've relocated to Las Vegas in October. I've returned to Australia once in November, and so as you know, Australia AGT Limited is still listed in the stock exchange in Australia. So during reporting periods, I'll be traveling back to Australia. So I would say perhaps 3 times a year that I'll be required to travel back to Australia.
And approximately how many employees do you have in Southern Nevada? Total.
Just in Inc., not reporting to me, just
both. Yeah, tell me about both.
Okay, so in the Las Vegas office, I would have probably about 10 employees reporting directly to me. In terms of office in Southern Nevada, we probably have approximately 150 to 200 employees.
Great.
Yep.
Good. And you're enjoying Southern Nevada?
Very much so. Coming to Reno is my first time. I'm visiting Reno and coming to Carson City as well. The landscape is unbelievable, but I have to say Nevada is a great place to stay. I'm so privileged to be part of this community.
Great. Welcome to the state.
Thank you.
Member Watkins, did you have questions for Ms. Ma?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Ms. Ma.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your promotion, your promotions up through the company. Can you tell us a little bit about how your roles have changed since being put in your new position, or if your role has changed?
Certainly, my role has changed. There's been additional responsibilities, but I have been mentored by the previous CFO. He's been a really good support and mentor as well, and having him in the organization has really smoothed up the transition. So now I'm more involved with the executive at the senior executive level, and also I attend board meetings and providing inputs as required.
And how many people report to you?
In total, is approximately direct reports, about approximately three direct reports, but throughout our global operations, there's probably approximately 30 finance people, 30 employees within the finance department.
What regions do you oversee?
Latin America, North America, and Australia. So each of these regions will have a finance department.
You said you've been enjoying Las Vegas, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, very much so.
And what do you see as the biggest difference in working here in Las Vegas versus in Australia?
I think the culture of both organizations are very similar. Certainly, being in Las Vegas has really helped. I think it was important. This is the first time the company has a CFO located in Las Vegas. It only makes sense because this is the hub of the gaming industry, and also the company generates 70% of its revenue from North America. So definitely it makes sense that for me to relocate to Las Vegas. So from a cultural perspective, it's very similar, but definitely it makes working with different partners easier, dealing with time zones and being next to the CEO and Brian as well with the COO and other senior executive has really helped me in performing my jobs better.
Understood. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Yep, thank you.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Welcome and congratulations also.
Thank you.
I don't have any specific questions, just maybe a comment or two. This is your first time before Nevada getting licensed here, so more than happy to support this application. Very impressive resume, and I want to commend you for pronouncing the state of Nevada correctly.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you again.
Mr. Comstock, nice to see you again.
Good morning, Chairman, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here in front of you today. Just a little bit about myself as Chief Operating Officer at Ainsworth. I've been a resident of Nevada for almost 30 years now. I'm a proud graduate of UNR. Don't make any further comment about that. And as someone who has spent the last 20 years serving the gaming industry, I understand what a privilege it is to be here in front of you today. I have been at Ainsworth for over 11 years now, and I've been licensed as a key employee by Nevada since 2018. My scope has recently changed to include 2 direct reports in Australia, our General Manager of Business Services and our General Manager of Production. Both of those roles have equivalent positions in Las Vegas that have previously and continue to report to me as well. So this change in reporting structure was made to help streamline our production process and how we manage the business. These 2 additional reports has created a need for me to become licensed as a key employee Ainsworth Game Technology Limited, our Australia company, as well as my current license with Ainsworth Game Technology Inc., the US company. I would also like to thank the investigations division, specifically Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke, for the professional and courteous manner in which the investigation took place. I'm personally licensed or registered in over 200 jurisdictions, so I've been through quite a few of these, and I can say that Nevada does act in a very thorough way, but always professional and courteous. So it's always a pleasure to work with the Nevada team. And at this time, I'd like to answer any questions the board may have.
Well, thank you for being here and your application, and certainly your having gone through 200 plus licensing and application processes. It's nice to hear that the thoroughness of the Nevada process is something that you respect and understand of being involved in a privileged industry. So appreciate that. When you compare the Nevada process to some of the other more rigorous jurisdictions, is there anything that stands out to you in the Nevada investigation process?
I think I've always found that the Nevada agents are just more willing to work with you. There's always a specific list of items that are requested, and if there's questions or comments, it's just an easier discussion. It's less of a me against them feel, more of a collaborative process.
Great. That's wonderful to hear, and that should be the process, right? Is that we're all trying to be sure that we're protecting the industry and growing the industry at the same time. So it's nice to hear. As you took on this new role and new duties, did Ainsworth hire somebody to fill your previous role, or did they just kind of give you double duty?
The second option, double duty. In reality, I was already working with the Australia team on a, if not day to day, every couple of days, teams meetings and things. So it, from my perspective, it wasn't a significant change, but it has allowed us to make some changes in aligning how we manage our global inventory and our global production processes.
Great. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Comstock?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your promotion and giving your licensing history. I don't have any further questions. You've talked to us about your duties and responsibilities, and I think I've heard enough. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. No specific questions. Excellent report by Senior Agent Burke. She did a great job. Everything is here. There are no concerns, no issues to concern ourselves with. You have a long history with me, and I want to congratulate you, and more than happy to support your application.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, do you have anything to add this morning? Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Mr. Comstock.
Thank you.
Ms. Max and Rushton, did you have anything else to add?
Just to note, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, and Judge Assad, how much we appreciate the opportunity again to appear before you today, the expertise and professionalism of Agent Burke. And on a personal note, I just wanted to say thank you to each of you for your support this last couple of weeks. It's been very meaningful and touching. So thank you so much for everything.
Great. Thank you, and certainly appreciate all of you coming up here today. I know the weather was a little tough, so your respect for coming up today is very well noted, and we appreciate whenever you're able to do that. Certainly didn't require it, but you taking the time to come up here and join us in person today in Carson City is very well noted. So thank you for that. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 1.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, and good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 2, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Holly Copel for finding of suitability as a director at Flutter Entertainment PLC.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to Flutter. Here with me today is the applicant and the Audit Committee Chair, Holly Copel. First, Chair, we would like to thank you for allowing us to appear today from Las Vegas, given the weather. That will greatly accommodate, make it much easier to assure that Ms. Copel can make it home safely today. So thank you for that. Ms. Copel, as you know, is a first-time applicant, so we would like to just take an opportunity to allow her to provide an overview of her background, as well as her duties and responsibilities as the Audit Committee Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. Good morning and welcome, Ms. Copel. Glad to have you here.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad. I'm Holly Keppel, and a bit about me. I grew up in Western Pennsylvania, studied at The Ohio State University, where I received an undergrad degree in business as well as an MBA. I then worked the first 30 years of my career in regulated and unregulated natural gas and electricity, vertically integrated public utility holding companies, both domestically and internationally, concluding my energy career as the Chief Financial Officer of American Electric Power. In 2010, I then moved to Citigroup, where post the global financial crisis, they were anxious to spin out their infrastructure fund from the organization. I, as manager of the fund, took it private to Corsair, and I retired from that business in 2017, remaining as a senior advisor for a transitional period after that. I currently serve as the Audit Committee Chair, as well as the Senior Independent Director for Flutter. I'm also on the Nominations Committee and the Risk and Sustainability Committee. I'm an Independent Director of Arch Resources, listed in the United States. I'm Independent Director of America, AES, also New York listed, and an Independent Director of British American Tobacco, UK PLC. And with that, I would just like to say my very first visit to Las Vegas, Nevada was in 1965 on a cross-country road trip. And since then, the growth, development, and prosperity that I have witnessed is phenomenal. My second trip here was the NCAA Swimming Championships in 1980. It was impressive then, but it's phenomenal now. So thank you for having me, and I'm available for your questions.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. First of all, congratulations on your very impressive career and all of your outstanding work with publicly traded companies. It was very interesting and enlightening to read your resume, and just wanted to congratulate you on all the work you've done. your type of experience and background are the people we need in gaming. Bringing your knowledge from outside industries to publicly traded boards in the gaming industry is something that we welcome. You've recently been licensed in several other gaming jurisdictions for your role as a director. How has the Nevada investigation process been treating you compared to the other jurisdictions?
I would say it treated more than fairly, but certainly thoroughly. And I'm grateful for council's assistance in ensuring we are responsive to all the questions and inquiry. I would say my own observation would be Nevada stands out as the lead. And if there were a close second, personally, based on my very limited experience, it would be New Jersey. But clearly, this process is the most comprehensive but balanced.
Good. That's great to hear. Comprehensive is a good word. Thorough. We usually, by the time you've gone through a Nevada investigation process, your whole life is now in one place that you can find anything you need. So it's good to go through the process, and appreciate you cooperating with all of our investigators through the process. I understand that this is your first time being on a board of a gaming-related company. Do you see any significant differences between a gaming-related company and some of the other boards that you currently or previously have sat on?
Well, certainly, I was excited to join Flutter because, to me, it was a window into a digital business, something that went beyond what I previously experienced. The trading aspect of it, the odds making, is something, because I had run a trading organization, that I was very comfortable with. But the digital aspect is what is new to me. That is probably the single biggest difference. And there is far less of a difference from a governance perspective. I would say, as you probably are aware, Flutter is in the process of securing a US listing. That move from strictly UK PLC governance to the hybrid and ultimately to full US listed SOX 404 compliance is a transition that I had gone through once before with British American Tobacco and was prepared to facilitate and assist Flutter in as we're pursuing the US listing. So from a governance perspective, I would say that all of the mechanisms are in place. Full compliance is there. What Flutter is moving through, though, is to have a foot on both sides of the Atlantic. And that is certainly something that is somewhat unique. There aren't many companies that have, of a scale, that have that dual listing, where both IFRS and US GAAP, SEC, as well as the FRC compliance are required of them. So I think the unique thing about Flutter is its choice of domicile and less about its the discipline around the governance process.
Thank you for that insight. And as you noted, you've been involved in a lot of highly regulated and publicly traded industries. And this one, as you know, is extremely highly regulated in the gaming industry. And it's actually an extra layer on top of publicly traded entities and regulatory entities in that particular, you got the regulatory side from being publicly traded and the regulatory side of gaming. So appreciate someone with your knowledge and your expertise being involved.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Great. Member Watkins, did you have questions?
Yes, sir, I do. Good morning.
Morning.
So welcome to Nevada. And thank you for the positive comments that you made earlier about our processes. We appreciate that. You've had an extensive and varied career in numerous industries and highly regulated, as you mentioned before. I was also curious, as the chair was, about, what new insights you saw in gaming. But since you've already answered that question, I'll ask something slightly different in that, if you can share with us, what is the common thread or at least the lessons learned or one of the most valuable lessons you've learned being in so many different and a variety of industries?
Well, let me take a step back and touch on that regulated aspect. And this is I would say the advice I am sharing with my colleagues. Regulation is not about compliance. Regulation is about setting a common understanding of expectations, a culture that ensures that the intent of the regulation, as opposed to in addition to the letter of the regulation, is what's clearly understood, and the ability to anticipate what would be reasonable as regulation evolves, as the industry evolves, to be ahead of that so that we're not caught flat-footed. Oops, we didn't anticipate that. You know, the more sophisticated product offerings become, the more states the company operates in, the more and countries, the more compliance evolves in each of those countries around the world. Australia is fundamentally different from a gaming governance than the UK, for example. And Ireland is even, believe it or not, a step different yet from the UK. So taking the approach that all we're going to do is check the box and ensure we comply is never going to build the business that is robust and ready for the future. It's ensuring we need to anticipate where things need to go and that we're not, I will describe it this way, going too close to the line drawn today because we know those lines will move. That's my personal experience having worked in regulated industries that deregulated over the years.
Very well stated, very well stated. And I can certainly appreciate that perspective in that it's about creating a culture rather than simply checking the boxes. So you're also licensed in 4 other jurisdictions, is that correct?
I think heading on 5.
Yes, that's
Is
right.
it only 4?
It's only 4.
Seems like more, huh?
There's a list.
But there are several that are pending, Watkins.
Okay, well, we certainly welcome your knowledge of other industries and your history and experience to Nevada. I'm happy to support your application. Seems like you're very busy to be retired, but again, we welcome your knowledge here.
Thank you, Member Watkins.
Judge
That's all I
Assad,
have,
questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Congratulations and welcome. Your application here and the documents attached there too, very thorough, very comprehensive under the guidance of Deputy Chief Rippey and Chief Hoffman. They did a fantastic job. Everything is more than enough here for me to support your application. I just had a couple of quick questions. Not sure you might be the person to answer these or not, but with regard to Flutter and FanDuel and DraftKings, are they both wholly owned subsidiaries of Flutter?
So DraftKings is in no way associated with Flutter.
Okay.
FanDuel is owned by Flutter, but there is a minority partner who is a part owner of FanDuel. That said, FanDuel is consolidated onto and reported as a controlled subsidiary of Flutter.
Okay. So you have
The minority owner is Boyd.
Boyd. And then with DraftKings, though, they're completely separate. Flutter has no
Totally
connection to
unrelated. In fact, a big
okay.
rival.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And you're actually licensed, I guess, in Louisiana, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, correct?
Thought I got licensed in Mississippi too.
And Mississippi as well. That's
right.
In Mississippi. And pending in Colorado, Mississippi, I have pending, but you can correct me if I'm wrong there. New York, Washington, and Ontario.
That is correct. Mississippi was granted after the report was originally written, and so that's a recent update.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Ms. Zuckerberg. So what is the relationship and the role between FanDuel, Flutter, and the Fremont Hotel in Las Vegas?
Oh,
I'll take that if I could, Member Assad. So Flutter is the parent company for FanDuel, and FanDuel has a contractual arrangement with Boyd in multiple states, including with the Fremont Hotel. As it stands today, they have an arrangement for co-branding, and they also in Nevada, and they also have approval to share in the revenue from the sports book at the Fremont Hotel. Currently, they are not receiving a share in revenue as the parties are negotiating commercial terms, but they do have that approval in place, subject to getting that agreement approved.
Oh, thank you. And so they do not provide the platform? Or they do?
IGT actually is the platform provider. FanDuel does provide a line and odds feeds to IGT.
FanDuel provides them with the odds?
Provides IGT with a line and odds.
IGT with the odds, and IGT
That's right.
provides that to the Fremont.
That's exactly right. And then Fremont through Boyd has their own set of traders, and they set the lines and odds, they make pricing decisions, and they handle all of that for the property.
Okay, very good. And then there is a percentage of revenue from Sam Will.
That is approved, but it is not currently being used.
I see. Okay. Yeah, everything seems to be compliant with 463, 637, and Reg 16. Again, commending Deputy Chief Rippey and Chief Hoffman for a very thorough application and investigation. More than happy to support your application, and I wish you all the best.
thank you, Member Assad. Thank you, Chair Hendrick.
And I had one more question. Tell us about how much time being chair of the audit committee actually takes you on, let's say, a monthly basis.
Well, I have to say we're not in and as I alluded to earlier, a normal period as we're seeking to move very rapidly toward a U.S. listing. That requires what I will call out-of-cycle meetings. We've really set up, as member of the audit committee, I am on a project subcommittee to begin or to ensure we expedite things as quickly as possible in response to the SEC comment letters in order to achieve that listing. I'm on this subcommittee because I'm chair of the audit committee, even though these aren't technically audit committee meetings. I would say on a normal cycle basis, if we were not in any sort of a transactional activity, which does require additional time, at acquisitions or divestitures. If we were not seeking a U.S. listing, if we were not going through a major refinancing, it would be 6 hours a month probably. But to be fair, it's much, much more than that now.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, I, along with Member Watkins, wanted to thank you for your eloquent explanation of what it means to be involved in a regulated industry. So I enjoyed that as well. I didn't have any other questions, and I'm certainly happy to support your application. So, Ms. Okerberg, did you have anything else you wanted to add this morning?
No, I would just like to add for the purposes of the record that we thank former senior agent Joanne Chamberlain, who initially started this application and was wonderful to work with. And we also thank Agent Missy Lundeen, who took it over and has been really wonderful to work with as well.
Great, thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on this non-restricted item number 2.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd be glad to make that motion. I would move to recommend approval of a non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Cole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of T. Rowe Price Associates, Inc. and T. Rowe Price Investment Management, Inc. for a waiver as an institutional investor of the requirements of Nevada Revised Statute 463.643, subsection 4, as noted on the agenda, and for a waiver of the time limitation of commission action effectiveness in Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080, as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Ms. York. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you all hear me?
Great. We can hear you just fine. Welcome and appreciate you joining us this morning. We have all the materials in front of us, and we understand that this application has been presented by T. Rowe Price several times in the past. But if you have anything you'd like to explain to us this morning or provide further insight, we would certainly be willing to listen to that.
Sure. So I'm again representing T. Rowe Price Associates and T. Rowe Price Investment Management relative to our institutional investor waiver for the state of Nevada. Again, I think we initially received an application, maybe it was in the 2007-2008 timeframe, and we've renewed that periodically over time. We are an investment manager and generally file 13G filings with the SEC for US listed companies. We are generally investing for investment purposes only. And we seek these types of waivers in highly regulated industries, generally because we are a large asset manager managing right now just over $1 trillion in assets under management for various clients. And so these institutional investor waivers are very important to our investment staff to give them that flexibility to both, one, to own more potentially of regulated companies on behalf of our clients, but also to give you all as the regulators comfort of course, who we are and our role as an institutional investor and our relationship with the issuers we regulate. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the application.
Great. Thank you for that, Ms. York. And yes, my understanding is this is the 7th waiver request that's been asked for. And you're right. I think it started back in November of 2008. So certainly the state of Nevada is happy to welcome good investment companies with strong compliance structure and who understand the regulatory industry of gaming, specifically in our state. And supporting companies that do business in the state of Nevada is extremely important to us, as well as the Gaming Commission. I understand that your investment plans are opportunity and time specific, but could you tell us, if you could, in a public forum, if you have any gaming related plans that you could speak about generally?
I would say there's nothing specific today. I believe as of our last public filing, we were not over 10%. We were not relying on the waiver as of our last public set of filings for any particular company regulated by Nevada. But again, it is routine for us to exceed those thresholds if it's permissible under the relevant rules. But I am not aware of any specific plans going forward.
Great. Thank you. And my understanding is that you prepare and present these applications on your own and work with our investigators. And they said that your thoroughness was extremely appreciated and timely. So I want to thank you for that. There's a couple of housekeeping matters that I'd like you to just confirm on the record regarding NRS 463.643 and Regulation 16.430. My understanding is, being an institutional investor, that you have no purpose or intent on causing directly or indirectly the election of the members of the board of directors. Is that true?
We would only vote our shares in the normal course as shareholders for any of these issues.
Correct. Yeah, you got to my second point. Yeah, no affecting any change in the corporate charter bylaws. And as you stated, just being treated like any other voting share member. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Ms. York this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. York.
Good morning.
It's my understanding that TRP Associates and TRP Management must adhere to general TRP Group investment policies, which prohibit them from purchasing stock for its clients after giving effect to such purchase, their beneficial ownership would aggregate to more than 9.99% of the outstanding stock of any one issuer. Can you talk to us for the record about how this policy is implemented practically?
Yeah, and I might add a clarification to your statement as well. So T. Rowe Price Investment Management and T. Rowe Price Associates, I would say perhaps a shift from our most recent application to the most recent application you approved from us is T. Rowe Price Investment Management is a new U.S. investment advisor, and they also separately report to the SEC apart from T. Rowe Price Associates. Each T. Rowe Price Associates and T. Rowe Price Investment Management make separate investment decisions as well as separate voting decisions for issuers that they're investing in on behalf of their clients. And so that's why I think in past applications, we haven't expressly called out T. Rowe Price Investment Management. It didn't exist yet. So in that vein, I would say each advisor has a policy where they will not exceed 9.9% of any publicly traded company without additional approvals. So at that 9.9% mark, there's a lot of activity that might occur. One, my team in compliance is involved usually prior to 9.9% to help our investment staff understand, are there regulatory limits, whether it's a gaming limitation or another sensitive industry limitation applying to that company. And we would seek the waivers on their behalf in those instances. But also there's risk and senior investment staff involved with making sure we're comfortable with being over 10% of any given company. We have internal policies and procedures that help govern and mitigate those risks and make sure that things are properly socialized internally. So to go over 10%, certain of our steering committees need to give approval as a firm that we are comfortable exceeding those limits. We have additional checks after 9.9% for each advisor. There's the check at 9.9%, there's a check at 14.5%, and that approval may give approval up to 19% of a company's total outstanding shares. But again, each of those checks puts in some internal risk mitigants for our internal investment teams, making sure that our research is up to date, that folks are tuned in with each issuer, and then also that there's no regulatory impact that we should be considering as a firm. So it would be possible for each T. Rowe Price Associates and T. Rowe Price Investment Management, barring any regulatory or other limitation, to each own greater up to 19.9% usually of an issuer's total outstanding shares. The other thing I would highlight is that throughout each of these phases of the process, we also have an order management system. We utilize Charles River, which is an industry standard order management system that helps us code rules so that if a trader is putting in a trade that's going to have an exceed a limit, they are blocked until they're given approval to exceed those limits. So we also have some systematic controls in place in the normal course.
Thank you. I'm glad you added that because that was going to be my follow-up question, was assuming that there's systemic controls in place to prohibit that, and it's not just, training. So thank you for putting that on the record. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Welcome. Thank you for being here, Ms. York. Just very good report by Agent DePoli and Chief Hoffman. They've been very thorough. The order of registration is fine. I don't have any concerns with that as well. Speaking though about that 10% requirement controls you have in place, can you go a little bit for my clarification into how you go up to the 10% but not over it? Is that something you receive information from? For example, if you wanted to buy stock in Caesar's Palace, would you just go to the regular exchange, or do you go to Caesar's, or how do you know when you're about to go over that 10% limit?
Oh, sure. So we have systems that feed in the total outstanding share number of any particular issuer that we are trading on behalf of our clients. I think if I were to guess, I believe it's a Bloomberg feed that pushes into our system. So we are automatically calculating how the number of shares we hold in the numerator, or that we beneficially own for our clients in the numerator, and taking that most recently available public denominator to be constantly evaluating our ownership percentage of each of these issuers. That number is also in that order management system, so that if there's a new order coming in on the blotter, it's going to recalculate it and say, hey, if we did execute this whole order today, would we be over 10% of an issuer? Does that
Great.
answer your question?
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, that was good. Gaming internally, well, iGaming and sports mobile wagering is exploding. What is T. Rowe Price's outlook going forward with regard to gaming in general, sports applications? And, do you see a exploding market as well as pundits seem to be advocating for?
I would say, as a compliance professional, I may not be the best person to share the view of T. Rowe Price view here at T. Rowe, and as well, because we manage so many different strategies, you may have different portfolio managers who have different outlooks on each of those things. We don't generally keep a house view on any particular business or issuer. But I would say, if I just review our ownership of the publicly traded companies that are registered in Nevada today, certainly our index accounts widely hold them, and I can see that kind of in those numbers, and as well as we do have a few active strategies who are in a handful of those companies as well.
Yeah, that was my take as well. I noticed your index funds do hold quite a bit of a variety of different gaming company stocks, so that's encouraging. That's good for Nevada. Have you reviewed the order of registration?
The order of registration, I'm not sure that I have.
Okay. You know, she gets.
If I
York that said it was
I may
fine.
have received it, then I apologize.
It's just the order, not the order of registration.
The order.
Yes.
Draft order.
Yes, we did, and we did not have any comments on that.
Okay, that's all I needed. No concerns, no changes or modifications.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Okay, very good. Thank you. More than happy to support this application.
Ms. York, our investigation reveals that TRP Group has adequate procedures and internal controls in place to ensure that it complies to reporting requirements under and imposed by Nevada Gaming Commission and Nevada Gaming Commission regulations. So put that on the record, as well as the fact that both entities are registered as investment advisors with the SEC pursuant to Section 203 of the Investment Advisors Act. As such, they can be deemed to fall within the definition of institutional investors defined by NGC Regulation 16.010, sub 14, sub D. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Good. All right. And the judge walked through with you the order draft number 1, dated 12/6/23. You stated on the record that you've reviewed that. You don't have any questions. So that's all I needed for the record as far as housekeeping matters. Did you have anything else that you'd like to add this morning?
No.
Great. Well, again, thank you for appearing. Our investigation was very thorough. And again, we appreciate you cooperating throughout that on both of these waivers. And as we stated, you've applied for them before. So appreciate you going through the mill one more time with us on that. I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 3.
Yes, I'll be glad to make that motion. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Move for recommending approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
I'm sorry, with the order of registration, draft number 1 dated 12/6/23 to be entered by the Commission on 1/25/24.
Good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you again. Have a good
Thank
day.
you so much. You too.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Jody Fonfa for temporary licensure as executor as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary in Carson City, and to Dr. Watkins here in Las Vegas. I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant. She is to my right, Jody Fonfa. Thank you, Chair Hendrick, for allowing us to appear by video this morning. We also want to thank Agent Eric Barthelm for his work on the application. If I might, I'll give you some background on why we're here today.
Please, Ms. Vermees, and welcome, Ms. Fonfa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Jody's Fonfa's spouse, Andrew Fonfa, died unexpectedly in July of 2020. At the time of his death, he owned a membership interest in Indian Springs Operating Company, LLC. That's the entity that operates Terrible's Casino in Indian Springs. In September of 2020, Ms. Fonfa was approved by the probate court as the executrix of the estate. And in January of 2021, the commission approved her application as executor as well for a temporary approval. That approval expires at the end of this month. And because the probate case is still open, we are here asking that temporary approval be extended. At the time of Mr. Fonfa's death, he was in the process of transferring his membership interest in the Indian Springs Operating Company to his son, Evan Fonfa. In fact, we were just about to file the applications. The application fees had actually been wired to the board. Following his death and after she was approved, Ms. Fonfa was approved as executrix, we filed applications on behalf of the estate to transfer the interest, and we filed for suitability for Evan Fonfa. Unfortunately, there hasn't been much activity on those applications because the probate case remains open due to various outstanding litigation matters. The bulk of those litigation matters stem from the bankruptcy of the Lucky Dragon and the foreclosure that occurred. Until those litigation matters are settled, the transfer of interest can't go forward. And that's why we're here this morning asking for an extension of her approval. With
Thank
that,
you for that summary. We appreciate that. And first of all, Ms. Fonfa, I want to convey my condolences on the loss of your husband. I'm sure dealing with that grief at the same time you're trying to deal with all these probate matters is a very large task for you and an unpleasant task. So we recognize that, and I'm sure the commission did 3 years ago when it granted you the temporary approval as the executor of the estate. Can you summarize for us, if you can, what the current status of the probate matters are? And if you I believe we're asking for a 2-year extension. Should that cover the amount of time that you're expecting the probate to take? Either one of you, Ms.
If I might, I'll try to address. So following the foreclosure, there was, of course, a deficiency judgment brought against the guarantors. So there's that deficiency judgment litigation that's outstanding. Creditors also filed claims in the probate case. There was also a separate fraudulent conveyance action filed against Ms. Fonfa and her children. What I understand from Ms. Fonfa's litigation counsel is that the trial stat calendar for the deficiency judgment matter is supposed to go forward in February. If the lender on that matter loses, all of this becomes moot and everything can be resolved fairly quickly. If the lender is successful, litigation counsel would expect the probate matters to be concluded this summer, with the fraudulent conveyance action concluding probably in 2025. So I believe that sort of summarizes where we're at today.
And thank you for the condolences, by the way. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Ms. Vermees, for the summary. Who is litigation counsel for Ms. Fonfa in the matter?
That would be Jim Jimerson.
right, Judge Assad, did you have questions on this application?
Well, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Well, you just asked the question I was going to ask, and that's been answered already with regard to the status of the bankruptcy proceedings. Just a very thorough report by Agent Bartholomew and supervised by Deputy Chief Nathan Allen. It's very comprehensive. Everything is pretty straightforward. We just have to wait on the bankruptcy proceeding, basically. So is this going to be a 2-year extension or 3?
We will
We've
take
got
as long as you'll give us because we don't know how long litigation matters go. Of course, there's always appeals, but we would ask for a minimum of 2 years, certainly.
Chief?
Yeah, we've got 2 in the conditions.
2. Okay, very good. Okay, and then you said that Evan's application is in the pipeline.
It is, yes.
And again, my condolences as well for the loss of your husband. I'm sure this is, you're never going to have a day where you don't think of him, especially with this ongoing litigation. So my condolences are with you.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
That's all I have.
Been
I'm
challenging.
happy to
It's
support
been
this
challenging.
I can only imagine. I'm more than happy to support this application.
Member Watkins, questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Similarly, I am very sorry to hear that you have to go through this after losing your husband. And I know it's probably a lot to deal with. But thank you for being here today. And it sounds like Ms. Vermace has been with you from the beginning. And I think you're lucky to have such experienced counsel to be working with you through this, someone who's familiar with your case and able to navigate this for you.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Absolutely. I would be open to, if the other board members are open to, providing a 3-year extension on this, assuming we're able to do that. But maybe it's more appropriate for Ms. Vermace to talk about it, because can you talk to us a little bit about the history and need to relocate for this location?
Oh, I've actually spoken to that a lot over the years. So by way of background, I represented Andrew Fonfa with his first gaming endeavors probably 20 years ago. This particular property that was Indian Springs Casino, and its original location was next to Creech Air Force Base. And a few years ago, Creech decided it needed to expand the Air Force Base. Well, there's a statute on the books that doesn't permit you to relocate a non-restricted license or a licensed location unless you meet certain criteria. So we did a lot of work and had a lot of cooperation from the board and from the industry to have that statute amended up at the legislature. And it allowed for a very unique exception when there is an expansion of a military base to allow you to move a non-restricted license. So following that legislation change, we were able to actually move that license across the highway to other land that was owned by the same group of partners, Mr. Fonfa included. And the casino was redeveloped there. And then just a few years ago, they brought in Terrible Herbst as a partner, Herbst, and Herbst has been operating it. And now it's a successful venture on the other side of the highway.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with that with us. How, my next question, you sort of answered it, was, how is it doing at the new location? I understand it's only a mile away, but you said successfully, right? Do you want to add anything, Jody?
Yeah, yes, and I just talked to our partner yesterday, and things are going smoothly. I mean, the Herbst family has been doing this a very long time, so things are going smoothly. It's particularly in this time that we're in. So yeah, we're very happy.
Okay, good. That's really good to hear. Thank you. To hear. And you don't have any future plans, just like last time, on becoming more involved in the gaming interests, right?
No, I'm just going to be taking care of things for the estate at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And again, if the other board members are open to it, I'd be willing to consider extension for 3 years.
Thank you. We're
Thank you,
hopeful
Member
it'll be
Watkins.
resolved before that and that we can complete the transfer to Evan Fund.
Understood. I just understand what, she's going through as a former litigator. I understand how long litigation can take, and this sounds pretty complex. So, having to have her take another step to appear before us again, if it's not resolved, but if we could save you the trouble.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, really.
Ms. Vermees, following up on what Member Watkins raised, because Ms. Fompa has been already approved for the past 3 years and has gone through this application, I feel comfortable that if you believe that this matter would be resolved in the next couple of years, I would also be willing to go to 3 years, only because we have the application, we have Ms. Fompa in front of us, and as you stated earlier, the Terrible Herps organization is actually operating the casino, and they're a very well-known and highly regulated partner in this industry. So I don't have any concern about the operation of the property while it goes through the probate process. Is it important to you that we were to try to go to 3 years rather than 2?
I think one benefit of 3 years would be that if we get through all of this litigation in the next couple of years, it gives your investigative team sufficient amount of time to have Evan update his application and get through that investigation.
That's a very good point. You're right. By that time, if we get that far down the road, his application will definitely need to be updated. It'll be several years old. So based on all of those criteria, I also would be willing to accept a motion that the extension be for 3 years of being the executor of the estate, just in case it's needed, as well as to update the application that's currently filed but isn't being processed, as you know, right now by the investigations division. Judge, did you have comments?
I concur wholeheartedly.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Vermees?
No, I think we've covered it. Thank you.
Okay, then I would accept a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Yes, I'll be happy to make that motion. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 4, I move that we recommend approval of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the following condition for a 3-year license. The limited license to expire at midnight of the January 2027 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Matthew Denning for licensure as a key employee at Gold Dust Reno.
Morning, Mr. Shear.
Morning, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me today is Mr. Matthew Denning, the applicant. I got involved in this application somewhat late in the process, but would like to say that my interaction with Special Agent Schweitzer has been much appreciated, his work on this, and would like to turn it over to Mr. Denning if that's appropriate, to have him give a brief background or brief overview of his background.
That's great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Denning.
Good morning. So my background in gaming is not as diverse as a lot of applicants that you'll see in here. I started I consider myself maybe a franchise employee with Jacobs Entertainment. It's been mostly with them. So I started about 27 years ago working as a change person on Graveyard, and just slowly kind of promoted within. At the time, it was the Pinion Plaza Casino here in Carson City, owned by Brussels, Clark Russell, his family. From there, I worked my way up to key person, then a slot supervisor. About 17 years ago, Jacobs Entertainment bought the casino, and I was shortly after that, I was promoted to a manager on duty. Did that for a few years, decided it was time I needed to go back to college. So I went to UNR, earned my bachelor's degree while I was working, had 4 kids, married 4 kids and working full time. And then shortly after I graduated, I was promoted to a slot manager at the Gold Dust West in Carson City. I did that for a couple of years. We did a remodel in Reno at the Gold Dust West property there. I moved up there to run that property as the slot manager. And then a couple of years after that, we went to Jacobs Entertainment bought the Sands Regency Hotel in Reno. And so I moved over there as assistant GM. And I did that for about almost 5 years. And then the opportunity came up to be the general manager at the Gold Dust West in Reno. And I jumped at the opportunity. It's kind of a dream of mine to become a general manager someday. So that's kind of the extent of my gaming career.
That's great. Seems like your entire career has been involved in gaming. So you've definitely worked your way up from the bottom to the top. So congratulations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
That's great. And this is your first time having the pleasure of being in front of the Game Control Board, correct?
That is correct.
Good. And how did you enjoy the application process?
You know, and I've heard a lot of the speakers up here talk about the process and how collaborative the process was. And I found it the same way. As a slot manager, I've worked a lot with gaming agents on investigations, things like that. And I've always found that the process has been more of a collaboration. So the same thing was with the whole process that we had with this. It's a lot of stuff. There's my wife had to do a lot of work with, game bank statements and things like that, but it was well worth it.
Yeah, that's great to hear somebody's perspective like you, that you've been in the Nevada gaming industry your entire professional career, but your first time having to go through licensing, you kind of see it from both sides now. So definitely interesting to get your insight on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Judge Assad, did you have questions for Mr. Denning?
No questions. Just wanted to congratulate you for working your way, as Chairman Hendricks said, from the very bottom all the way up to the top. But you know what they say in the casino business, once you get to the top, there's only one way out.
That's right. I hear you.
So hope you hang in there for a while and enjoy your time at the top. I know what it's like, having started out as a porter at the Sahara and then busboy and so forth. Here I am. So I commend you for that. It's not easy. I know how difficult it is, but I commend you for your perseverance and dedication. The casino industry is better off having folks like you in there, where you actually are learning from bottom all the way up, not coming in some Ivy League school and not knowing anything about the industry and you can relate to the other employees who are also starting at the bottom, and possibly counsel and mentor them, hopefully help them rise as well. It's a very comprehensive report by Agent Schweitzer, supervised by Chief Luke Rippey. Excellent report. I'm more than happy to support this application. Commend you and thank you for being in the casino industry.
Thank you.
Great. Member Watkins, questions?
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry.
Just making sure you were there.
I'm here, still here.
Congratulations on working your way up. I don't have any serious questions or concern. Can you just share a bit about your educational background with us?
So I had a long education background. I started and stopped colleges a lot from the time I was 18 until I was about 36 when I realized, okay, it's time to get serious. So that's when I decided to go back to school. I went to WNC here in Carson City, finished up my associate degree. I had some college classes and credits, finished up my associate degree, and then transferred up to UNR to finish up my bachelor's in general studies, which was a great experience when you're, when you're a little bit older than a lot of the students are there. And I made sure I went to in-class studies. I really didn't, I wanted the whole experience, didn't want to do anything online unless I really absolutely had to. So So that's about the extent of my education degree.
Well, it's certainly an achievement and congratulations, even though, you may have gotten a late start. Congratulations on finishing and obtaining your Bachelor's of General Studies. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Member Watkins. Tell us briefly what your role is in this key employee application. Is it over just the one property, or do you work with the other properties as well?
It's just over the Gold Dust West property. Now we do now it's called J Resort. We just rebranded the Sands Residence J Resort. We do share some directors between us, a director of facilities, property services, but at my property, I'm direct. I have about 100 employees that are not shared with J Resort.
Great. And how much of time commitment does that take you on a weekly or monthly basis?
I work about 6 days a week. Usually take Sundays off, spend it with the family.
Good.
Yeah, it's time consuming, but well worth it.
Great. Good to hear. Mr. Denning or Mr. Shears, anything else you'd like to add?
No, Chairman. Again, thank you to Special Agent Schweitzer.
Great.
Thank you.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd be glad to make that motion. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 5, I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much.
Good luck to you. All right. I believe that is our last item on the non-restricted calendar this morning. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Correct.
And we are scheduled for our restricted calendar at 11 o'clock. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Then we will be in recess until 11 a.m. Come back on the agenda at that time. Thank you all. All right. Good morning, everyone. We are back on the record for our restricted agenda at 11 o'clock. Madam Secretary, will you please read in restricted item number 1? No, I take that back. We have some consent agenda items. Is that correct?
Correct.
We do. All right. If you'd read those into the record.
Restricted number 3 is the application for licensure of PATA Investments, Inc. to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 36011. You also have the application of Senditrapal PATA for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder of PATA Investments, Inc. Restricted number 7 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 447 for a restricted gaming license.
Great. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Both of these matters on our consent agenda have had investigations worked up and detailed files created by the investigation agents. Those have been provided to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations. And because I'm not aware of any questions or issues arising regarding these two consent agenda items, there was no reason to have the respective applicants appear, so their appearances have been waived. Are there any questions or comments by board members regarding the two items on the consent agenda?
None by me.
Member Watkins, any questions on the consent?
None for me either, Chair.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on the consent items.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I would move to recommend approval of restricted items number 3 and 7 to be heard on the consent agenda.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes, bringing us then now to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Mucci Liquors LLC doing business as the Hideaway Tavern for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Kristen D. Bartolo Gaming Properties Trust and Kristen Bartolo for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. My name is Richard Cunningham. I'm here with Kristen Bartolo. She is also the co-owner of Dino's Lounge on Las Vegas Boulevard. She has been a co-owner for 24 years, and she has had the opportunity to purchase a new location up in the north side of town, and she's here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bartolo. Thank you for being here, and we appreciate you putting in your application for this new location. I've looked through everything that I had in my materials, and I don't think I had any questions other than if you could tell us a little bit about what this location is intended to do for you and your business and how much time you're going to take at this location versus the other location you have.
Well, I'm doing, the reason I decided to do another location is because that I have a 15-year-old nonverbal special needs son. So I want to make sure that my other 2 kids would have enough to take care of him for the rest of his life. And so I'm moving out of my comfort zone to do another location. I have everything so smooth at Dino's. I'm there every day and I know how to run this business, and think I can be very successful at the Hideaway. When I looked at it, it reminded me a lot of Dino's old school, regular customers, felt like home, like I kind of felt like when I was at Dino's, and I had the opportunity to purchase it from the owner. So I went forward with it.
Do you see any economy of scales on having 2 locations that you'll be able to deal with purchasing or those kind of things on a 2 versus 1 scale?
No, I don't foresee having any problems. I mean, in the whole process of doing this is the only thing that made me nervous was standing here. It's been since I was 28, but knowing how to run a bar, I'm hands-on. I do that every day, all day, and I have no worries that I can make all of this happen.
Yeah, well, don't be nervous being here. We're all here to help you succeed.
No, I know, but it's, you guys know already.
I understand. Yeah, I get it. Well, that's the main questions I had. And your time that you have to spend at one location versus the other, how are you going to separate that?
They're actually busier at different times of the day from what I've learned. Like Dino's is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. Our busiest times are like 9 p.m. to 4 in the morning. And I actually work behind the bar those hours on Friday and Saturday nights. And then I come in the morning, about 9 to 12 during the week. So they're busier at the Hideaway in the afternoon. They have a lot of construction workers. They have a lot of older crowd. So like their bands even start at like 7 p.m. So that's not when, Dino's would be like the busiest. So I think it's going to work out for me where I can, leave Dino's at noon, spend the afternoons over there when they have their most crowd. And on the weekends go back, back and forth. They're not very far apart from each other. And both of my children are going to help me work at both places. So that's going to be helpful for me to have their
Great.
eyes.
Yeah, good for you. Good to have family there, and very happy to see that you're thinking about the estate planning and those kind of things for your family as well. So commend you on that.
Yeah, thank you so
Member
much.
Watkins, did you have questions?
Yes, Chair. Good morning.
Hi.
How are you today?
Good.
Good. Well, thank you for being here. Just a couple of quick questions to put on the record. You tell us a little bit about your new location, and I guess you said it was similar to Dino's, and that's why what appealed to you. Where exactly is it located?
It's kind of by the North Las Vegas airport. It's off of Rancho and it's called the Hideaway. And if you've ever been there, you'd know why. You have to go down this really weird little side street. I liked it because it was, I'm actually getting I own the building and the land at Dino's. And I wanted to own building and land, not just buy a bar that was in a shopping center. So when you go around, it's almost like on an acre, and it's like a 8,000 square foot building. They have a dance floor and a little band, and they have a lot of locals. So even when I, go in there, I see some of my customers from Dino's, right? They've had the same employees there. Like some of my employees at Dino's have been there 15 years, 30 years. One girl's been there 40 something years. She used to work for my grandfather. So I think they've had the same clientele. It's just the same kind of down earth. And the guy that owns it is just a husband and wife. I wasn't buying it from some corporation. It's kind of a family thing. And it used to be called the Larry's Hideaway, which Larry knew my dad back then. So I felt like it was kind of, I could get a building, land, something that was, tangible. And it was kind of just mellow, old school feel to it.
Okay, thank you for that. How far apart are the locations? How long does it take you to get from one?
It takes about 14 minutes.
Okay.
So I just go straight down Rancho to Las Vegas Boulevard, and then I'm at Dino's.
And you said you were planning on spending about 30 hours a week at your new location.
Yes, probably just a little bit more there at the beginning.
Yeah. Tell us about Dino's. Tell us a little bit about Dino's.
Dino's is the oldest bar in Vegas. It feels like home for everybody that walks in. It was my grandfather's. He moved here and from Salida, Colorado, and he was selling cars, and the car dealership went out of business. So him and his two friends had the opportunity to buy it and the land for $60,000, and they did. And it used to be called Ringside Liquors Store, and it was a big boxing gym type situation. So there was like boxing rings up on the thing. We have signed pictures and stuff. But then he changed it to Dino's, and it was just a regular neighborhood bar. So the boast is it's the last neighborhood bar. Everybody that walks in knows each other. Real life cheers type situation. And then my dad took it over. They had owned a couple other bars in Pahrump, and they owned a nightclub called Crackers, which was like this big rock and roll nightclub back in the 80s. Anyway, so then my dad, I was working there with my dad for about 5 years, and he had a massive stroke and died when I was 28. And luckily I had been working there for 5 years, so it was easy for me to I was already on all the accounts and everything. I already knew what was happening. So I spent the last 23 years trying to make it as great as I can, thinking this could never fail under me after all these, years.
Wow.
So it's really, Dino's is my heart and soul forever.
What
for
a,
sure.
what a touching story. Is this your family here with you
No,
today?
I'm here by myself.
Oh, okay. I just see everybody in the gallery just nodding their heads, and so I thought they might be with you. But yeah,
They're my
thank you.
neighbors though.
And thank you for sharing that piece of Vegas history with us. And it's good to see the the licenses passing down through the family, and to hear that history, and that you're planning for your kids to take it over.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to support your applications. I don't have any
Thank
further
you so
questions.
much. Thank you.
Mhm.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. No questions per se. Just want to commend Agent Arterosian and Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Julia Allen for doing a very comprehensive and thorough report. Everything is in there that I need. Everything's compliant, 463, no conditions, no concerns. Just want to commend you, Ms. Bartolo, for your service here. You've been doing this for a long time. You know what you're doing. I have no concerns or questions about your ability to fulfill this application and the requirements under NRS statutes. Also want to commend you for being a great mom. I know how difficult it is to raise a special needs child. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Judge. I understand you said there's going to be live music. Do you intend on charging a cover charge at all?
I do not intend to charge a cover charge, and they have a really good base clientele. I intend to change nothing. I don't want to lose their base. So I'm just going to go in there and, I do not intend to do that at this moment. If I do, I am aware that I need a live entertainment tax license or something. Is that right? I didn't say it right, did I? I did? Yeah.
Yeah. And signage regarding the ability for people to use the gaming devices without paying the cover charge. You wear that as well?
Yes, but if I decide to ever charge a cover charge, can I ask is if you have like a little concert and you charge tickets, that's the same concept, correct?
Correct.
It is. I'm not going to do that. It entered my head. So I thought I would ask while I was here.
Yeah. Same thing, cover charge, ticket charge.
Got it.
You'd have to have live entertainment tax and signage regarding not protecting the gaming devices from people who want to come in without paying the cover charge. You have to post signage for.
I get it. I understand. Yes, I know.
Thank you. Chief Hoffman, do we need a condition for that since there's representations that there won't be a cover charge? Do you still, if with live music, do you have the signage posted or not only?
I feel comfortable just going forward as is. And if she does decide to charge, then she can contact tax and license and enforcement, make sure the signage is up.
Great. You understand that concept? You're saying that you're not going to have cover charge for any live entertainment, but if in the future you decide you want to do that, just contact the tax and license and the enforcement division here, and they'll walk you through the steps that you have to do to be licensed for that.
Yes, I understand
I'm sure
completely.
your counsel there, Mr. Cunningham, can help you walk through that as well.
Yes, I'm not going to charge a cover.
Okay, great. I didn't have any other questions. Again, your application was very thorough, and your experience in Nevada's gaming and entertainment industry is quite extensive. So appreciate you moving on and adding another location to your portfolio. Congratulations on that.
Thank
I
you
would
so much.
entertain a motion on restricted item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Superbad LLC doing business as Hard Hat Lounge for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Frank Sidoris for licensure as a member and manager. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Robert Cunningham for licensure as a member and manager. And lastly, for board consideration only, you have the applications of Matthew Stable and Angela Stable for registration as a minority equity interest member at Superbad LLC doing business as Hard Hat Lounge.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Please state
Good
your
morning.
names for for the record.
Yes, thank you, Chair, board members. Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Gaynor from J. Gaynor Law here with my clients, Matthew and Angela Stabile and Frank Sidoris from the Hard Hat Lounge. Before I make them available for questions, just very brief introduction. Angela and Matt Stabile, they have long histories in the entertainment industry here in Nevada. In fact, their production company, Stabile Productions, currently produces the shows X Burlesque and Piff the Magic Dragon at the Flamingo. And I will say X Burlesque has been running since 2002, is it? 21 years. Yeah, very long run here in Las Vegas. And today they are investors in the Hard Hat Lounge, which is owned by Frank Sidoris. And Frank is Angela's son. So again, it's a family affair. And Frank is also a big part of the entertainment industry. He's currently the touring rhythm guitarist for Slash's solo band, which is pretty cool. And he's very hands-on though with the running of the Hard Hat Lounge, even when he's away on tour. He has his lifelong friend, Dylan Shines, as his key employee. And we have already submitted the key employee application for Mr. Shines. And that's all I wanted to let you know. So I will make them available for questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaynor, and welcome and good morning to everybody. Mr. Sidoris, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about this location and why you decided to join in the bar business?
Yeah, my name's Frank. I've been touring for years, but home base has always been in Vegas. I'm born and raised here. And I've always wanted some sort of, whether it was a coffee shop or a bar at some point in my life. And Hard Hat came across our desk, and it was something I used to drive by on Industrial every day as a kid, making deliveries around town. It's just me and the cabs riding around, you know, all the locals. But I just wanted a place, fortunately it turned into, obviously it's been one of those historical bars in town. And so it's a spot that all of our entertainment friends and family, and especially touring acts and people that pass through Vegas can go through. And, a big thing, our approach is to really lean into what makes this place a historical Vegas dive bar. It's one of the oldest. And, as our friend Kristen from Dino's explained, she's the oldest, or her bar is the oldest. And then I think it's Atomic and then Hard Hat Lounge for the most part, right? And so, what we didn't want to do was go in there and start changing things around. We wanted to make sure we leaned into the history of it and make sure it still felt like the place that, our friends' fathers and grandfathers have all walked into and experienced. And even Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top came in and said, "Oh yeah, I used to come here all the time." It's incredible. So, we've spent a lot of time over the last 8 months through renovations. Dylan and I physically redoing the floors, just helping all the renovations go smoothly during my time off from tour. And so it's just been a lot of fun. It just, the fact that we're open again and it's all working out has just been so nice. So we're just working real hard, making it happen.
That's wonderful to hear. And you're right. This morning seems like a real history tour of bars in Vegas.
Yeah, I know, right? I didn't know that was going to happen. So funny.
Yeah, that's wonderful. The Hard Hat, I've been in Vegas a long time, and Hard Hat has quite a history in Southern Nevada. So great to see that you're updating it, but keeping the character of it that's been there for decades. So that's wonderful. You personally have quite the career as a musician. How did you start playing guitar?
So my family, we've always been into music, but it hit a point because I've known Dylan since 4th grade, so we skateboarded and did all sorts of things together. But he played guitar before I ever did, and then as we go skate, eventually it was like, all right, I need you to show me how to do that. Like, how do we start playing guitar together? So that's the short version. But ultimately, it was to really get involved in the music I love so much. I just wanted to learn how to play the songs that we all sang in the car, essentially. That's the the beginnings of it, really.
And having your parents involved, that's great as well. I understand that obviously you're going to have live entertainment, but you heard some of the prior conversation. You don't have any intention of having cover charge at this time?
No, absolutely not. So what we did for our grand opening was, my approach for the future is to have kind of surprise shows. And for the most part, like all the shows that are advertised, those will be free regardless. But our approach, like our grand opening, we had Slash show up and we didn't tell anybody. So the grand opening crowd was very excited about it. And we have all sorts of people we can pull from, all over the industry to just kind of show up and play a couple songs and leave. So we definitely want to do that in the future, but definitely no cover charge.
great.
That's no fun.
Wonderful. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Sidoris?
Yes, I do. Good morning.
How are you?
Thank you for being here today. Again, like the chair said, what a wonderful history lesson. Part of the joy in doing this job is getting to see so many diverse applicants from different backgrounds, like, you all being in the entertainment production and you're a guitarist. That's amazing. So I'm happy to be here to see you or to hear your application today. So you told us about how you got into becoming a guitarist. How did you make that transition from guitarist to, gaming licensee or potential gaming licensee?
Well, I think, again, the bar, when we found out what the grandfathers were carried over, it's like, I just felt like it's part of Vegas history. This has to maintain being a gaming bar. It's what, for decades, what people have recognized this place to be. And again, I thought how cool, just at a base level, being from Nevada and having a gaming license, that's also pretty nice. But again, it just goes hand in hand with the whole culture of it, really. You go to Sand Dollar, you go to those places, there's live entertainment and you can get a nice cocktail, but it's like, if you want a game, you're more than welcome to do it, and it's just part of the experience, I feel. So yeah, that's pretty much that.
And how did the opportunity come about?
Oh, the opportunity came about. So I would be on tour, and one of my good buddies was making pizza out of the hard hat. And he said there was an opportunity to take over as a team for the bar. And so we ultimately I was like, well, we have to do it,
Okay.
So right when we did it, we just, we did all the steps. We met Jennifer and then we applied for gaming. And he has since moved on because the kitchen size wasn't really fit for what his production was. Pizza in a tiny place like that's pretty tough. So now we've moved on to what we say are the best burgers ever. So you got to have one if you can. But yeah, so that transition was, it's interesting because, I'm gone usually a month at a time. So I'll be in Canada or Australia and Europe, wherever. And, throughout the entire process, it's just constant communication from all of us. So, it's an interesting thing that I do. It's not very normal, but before I ever had any sort of stake in a bar, I was still, that communication was always key anyway, So, yeah, it's an interesting life that we live, but it's pretty normal, I feel like.
Yeah.
Somehow very normal.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. So you said you are generally away for a month at a time.
Sometimes I'll be home for 2 months straight, then I'll leave for a month.
Okay.
And, something like that. Usually if it's a new album that comes out or, you usually tour in support of that. And the two bands I play in are world traveling. So right now I'm leaving after this to go to LA just to go rehearse. And I go to South America for a little bit, come back. So as an example.
Yeah, understood. And so how much time are you planning on spending at the locations? I understand you have a key employee application.
Exactly. So when I'm home, I'm there pretty much every single day. And again, we're always checking numbers, checking in, making sure we're good to go. And the cool thing about Dylan is not only do I trust the guy with my life, known him since I was in 4th grade. He's been working in the bar industry for many, many years. Like he's opened bars with like Golden Tiki and whatnot. We used to work at Bunkhouse downtown, and he has gaming experience. And the other thing is that when we hired our staff, that was a huge thing. It was like, all right, do these people have gaming experience? And, we have multiple veterans in that field, which is really cool. That can also help train the other employees that might have not had that experience. So
it sounds like you're going to have a great support team while you're away.
Yes. Yeah, I trust them. And, everyone that we have, everyone wants to work at Hard Hat now. It's pretty cool. Like everyone's been asking, but we have such a tight team, and I couldn't be happier. It's like the compliments I received, like especially for the grand opening when there was like 600 people there at a time, like with the parking lot, and everyone always says is like, we didn't wait more than 1 minute for a drink. It's like, it just blows my mind, like, that how efficient they are. But again, as far as gaming protocol and procedures, it's like they know it all. So it's great.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you have a great team, and I'm excited for you all. So
thank you.
I'm happy to support the application. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Yeah, Mrs. Doris, congratulations. I've read through the application and everything's very thorough, comprehensive. Agent Lombardo, Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Julie Allen, they did a great job. So all my questions pretty much have been answered. Just one question about you are going to have some different bands come in from time to time. Did I hear that correctly?
From time to time, like every Monday, we have a jazz band. It's a UNLV, right? UNLV jazz program essentially, and they all come out and just jam for like a couple hours. And it's our industry night as well. So people get off, you know, it's like from 10 to 2 a.m. So a lot of the performers or bartenders will come out and just hang out for jazz. But I think what we're kind of shooting for in the future is like maybe once a month have an actual show. Because for the grand opening, we built a stage outside for that because our place is very small. It's not really accommodating for a full live band, but we've done it before and it's actually very cool. But I think in the future, bigger bands we'll put outside and then we'll still have local bands monthly. You know, we'll probably do quarterly for something more extravagant. That's kind of the plan. We don't want to overdo it. Like, and then, you know, oh, Lady Gaga showed up for jazz night. And then, you know, you don't have to do it too often, you know.
Right. And don't forget about us old folks who like Motown. Maybe you could have a Motown night or
yeah, we'll
something.
do whatever. Motown night, no problem.
Yeah. All right. Can't forget about the old folks. No, I'm happy to support the application and I don't have anything else to add to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. and Mrs. Stabile, you want to step up and introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, I'm Angela Stabile.
I'm Matt Stabile.
Great. Thank you for being here. Understand that you've invested in this property. Did you have any intention of being involved in any of the operations or just as an investor and supporting of Frank?
Supporting him. We are not involved in the day-to-day as much as those two are, but we're always there for them, helping to be there for any kind of deliveries or accounting or any questions they may have that we can help with. So yeah, we're not going to be day-to-day, but we're there as family to help him as much as we can, always.
That's great. Wonderful to have that support. And obviously both of you have an extremely impressive record in the entertainment industry in Southern Nevada, as well as around the country. So your expertise in helping run an entertainment bar facility, I'm sure will be welcomed by Frank. That's wonderful to have. I didn't have any questions about your applications either. As I said, your background in the entertainment industry and the knowing the Southern Nevada gaming and entertainment industry is certainly welcome to be involved in a bar like this that has so much history. So thank you for being involved. Member Watkins, did you have questions for the Stabiles?
Sure. Good morning. Congratulations on all the success of your production companies and shows. Again, like I said before, it's such a pleasure to have such people from diverse backgrounds entering into the gaming industry. I don't have any concerns related to your applications. You confirmed you won't be part of the day-to-day operations, and so I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I echo the comments of my colleagues. Congratulations. It's great to have such a diverse group of people getting into the casino gaming industry as well as bars and entertainment. And it's a pleasure to have you here today. I want to wish you all the best and congratulations. And happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sidoris, have you seen and gone through the conditions that are proposed for the license with your counsel, Ms. Gaynor?
I'm sorry, what was that? The conditions?
The sign.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, we were actually just talking about this.
Yeah, Ms. Gaynor, you've gone through those as well and didn't have any questions?
No, we don't have any questions, though I will note that one of the conditions is to have the sign outside the entrance that there will be no cover charge that you're allowed to enter to participate in gaming. And since they won't be charging any covers, I don't know if that's strictly necessary, but I think we're fine with that.
Chief Hoffman?
Yeah, I think in order to treat this application the same as item number one, we have an affirmation there's not going to be any cover charge. I don't think we need to add the condition regarding the sign, just third condition we have in the memo.
Okay, so how that would work is if you want to make a representation today that you will absolutely not have any cover charge without coming to the tax and licensing, the enforcement divisions first, that means anytime you have anybody show up, there's no cover charge. Even if Lady Gaga shows up for jazz night, there's no cover charge. If you're making
It's a
that
free Lady Gaga jazz
representation-
night then. That's just what it is. Yeah.
That's it. That if you make that representation, then we would need that condition. But again, down the road, if you decide that you want to do that, all you need to do, and your counsel can get a hold of the tax and license and the enforcement divisions, you would have to put up the signage. We would make that a condition on your license, and you would actually have to apply for that. Not a hard process, but something you'd have to think about if you decide to do that down the road.
Okay, sounds good.
Otherwise, the only difference is you have that sign outside of your front door.
Okay.
Either way.
Easy.
Okay. I think then what I'd like to do, you talked about, it was Mr. Robert Cunningham who was going to run the pizza side of things. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was his whole world was the kitchen at the time, and he was making pizzas before we ever showed up, and we applied together initially.
Correct. And he's asking to have his application withdrawn, correct, Ms. Gaynor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then I think to make this flow properly, if we could, Madam Secretary, I think I'd like to have the request to withdraw the application handled first. Would that be all right? Okay, so Judge, would you like to make a motion on the request to withdraw the application regarding Mr. Cunningham?
Certainly. Move to grant the request for Mr. Cunningham to withdraw his application as a member and manager.
All right, Madam Secretary?
Do we need to mention whether it's with or without prejudice?
Good point. That would be without prejudice. Is that correct, Judge?
That's correct. It'd be without prejudice. He can always reapply.
Okay, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hunt?
Aye. So that motion passes. Then I would like to take separately R23-0192, which is the application for the license and application for licensure as a member and manager of Mr. Sidoris. Would you like to make that motion, Judge?
Be happy to. I would move that we recommend approval of restricted item number 2 with respect to Mr. Sidoris as a restricted gaming licensee and the application for licensure as a member and manager, and recommend approval to the Gaming Commission with respect to that item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Do we need to read in the conditions on that?
I'll read those in. I can read those in at this time if you like. Here are the following conditions with that particular application request: that the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Second condition, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Number 3 has been deleted. The next in line would be the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Very good. Mr. Sidoris, are you aware of the regulatory compliance seminar? Have they advised you of that and the next date of it?
Yeah, we're all, what date is it? The 18th?
I think so.
Or the 17th of January. We're all set, ready to go.
Wonderful. And is Mr. Shines going to attend that as well?
He absolutely can. Yeah. We'll make sure
I think
he's there.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, even though he's been involved in the industry. Not a bad idea to attend that seminar as well. It doesn't take that long, and it's a great refresher course even for people who've been in the industry. So good to hear.
Absolutely.
And Ms. Gaynor, again, you've heard all those conditions and the fact that we did put the condition on regarding the signage. Are you okay with all the other conditions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, then. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us then to the item which is only for board consideration, which is the minority equity interest membership for Matthew Dan Stabile and Angela Renee Stabile. Judge, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd be happy to. I move that the board recommend the approval of the application for registration as minority equity interest membership for Matthew Stabile and Angela Stabile.
That one actually, rather than the recommendation, is actually approval of, right? Because it's only board consideration.
Correct.
Okay, so motion is for approval of the minority equity interest membership as stated in the record. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, and that motion passes. Congratulations and good luck to all of you.
Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I did just want to say a special thank you to Agent Joe Lombardo for all his hard work on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, then. Restricted number 3 was on the consent agenda, bringing us to restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 171 for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on restricted item number 4, which is NRSI's application for a waiver of Regulation 4.080 with respect to Dottie's number 171, which was originally approved in July of 2023. I'd like to start by thanking the chairman for allowing me to appear via video from the hearing room at the Grant Sawyer Building in Las Vegas. And we'd also like to thank Senior Agent Katie Jones and Supervisor Julia Allen for their work in expediting this application to get it onto today's agenda. The reason that we're asking for an extension can be blamed on old water pipes. Due to some leaks in the 11th hour, construction was delayed slightly. However, we have a fire inspection at 1 p.m. today, and assuming that goes well, this application would end up being moot, and assuming that goes well, we should be able to open on the 24th. So I hope to be in front of the commission on the 25th, letting them know that we're able to open on time.
Great.
We're still
Thank you for that,
asking
Mr.
for the.
Smith.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we ask you to show up today to kind of walk us through that. That was my understanding from the record, is that you were waiting for approval from the Las Vegas Valley Water District. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and this location used to be an end zone for quite a number of years, right?
It was end zone on Rainbow.
Yeah. Okay. And your targeted opening date, you said, is the 23rd, 24th?
The 24th.
24th. Okay. And so with the water pipe approval, then you'd be able to get your certificate of occupancy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. I don't have a problem with the waiver, and hopefully you won't need it if we get everything done with the old pipes in time. So good luck with that. Member Watkins, do you have questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Good to see you again today. Thank you for confirming on the record the status, and happy to support the application.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. No questions. Always good to see you, Mr. Smith. I have no problem with this. It's a very thorough report by Senior Agent Jones, so I'm here to support it. Good luck with the opening.
Thank you, Judge.
Great.
Nice to see you as well.
Judge, I would entertain a motion if you'd like to make that regarding the waiver request.
Certainly, with respect to restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Secretary Cole Rupert, I recommend approval. of that agenda item to the Nevada Gaming Commission.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us to restricted item number 5, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 5 is the
You know what?
application.
I'm sorry. There's a condition I should have probably read into the record on this one too. With
On the
respect
time. Okay,
to
let's
number 4.
let's go back. Mr. Smith, if you're still in the room, we'll
I'm
put on
still
the
here.
record.
Totally missed that.
We'll put on the record the condition of the time limit, which again, hopefully you won't need if the inspection goes well today. But Judge,
Yes.
why don't you go ahead and read the motion again with the condition?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, I think there should probably be a motion to reconsider that last motion so you can reopen it and then formally remake it to include that condition.
Okay, so under Robert's rules, we would entertain a motion to reconsider the approved motion that didn't have the condition. Would you like to make that motion to reconsider, Judge?
Yes, I would move that we reopen restricted agenda item number 4 for reconsideration.
All right. Madam Secretary, we call for the vote on the motion to reconsider.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, so we are reconsidering the motion. And Judge, would you like to make an amendment or a newly stated motion, including the condition?
I'll just make a newly stated recommendation. I would move that we recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 4 to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the following condition: that the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in July of 2023 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in July of 2024.
All right. Senior Deputy McKellar, is that sufficient?
I think that satisfies all the rules. It just leaves the vote.
All right, then Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you again, Mr. Smith. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Now bringing us to restricted item number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of Dynasty Games doing business at Asian Mart for a restricted gaming license.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Roger Fuller, owner of Dynasty Games.
Glad to have you here, Mr. Fuller. Tell us a little bit about this request and what your intentions are with this business.
Well, I have a slot route, so I'm adding it to my route operation. To the best of my knowledge, other than casinos, there's no smaller location in Reno that's catering to the Asian market. And they approached me to put games in, and I thought it was a good idea.
Approximately how many locations do you have right now in your slot route operation?
20 plus.
Mm-hmm. Most of them around the Reno area, or does it go pretty far out?
Out is one in Silver Springs, one in Gardnerville, and rest of Reno's parks.
How many employees do you have to cover all of those locations?
4.
All right. As you said, this is an Asian market, and you're aware that it's the size of a grocery store. So there is a requirement that there be 3 walls, a minimum of 3 walls in place. And so we had some photos of that. Did you have anything to add about whether you think that complies with what they used to call alcove requirement?
The back wall is the wall of the building. The south wall is the other side of the entrance, and we built the wall on the north side, 8 feet high, 6 feet out.
Right. How much distance is between, not the back wall, which is the exterior wall, how much space is between the wall that's part of the entrance and the wall you built?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Right.
And this location you're seeking to put in 6 devices, correct?
Correct. I just wanted to go in a little conservative.
Yeah, understood. Was there a consideration about putting in more of a pony wall to protect possible minors or other people that may be near the gaming machines?
If we need it, yes. I mean, it's not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been to this location, haven't seen it. I understand that it's only been open a little while. Is that correct?
Probably a little over a year.
Year? Yeah, okay. And so I guess there's two considerations we're looking at here is one, whether or not the space is suitable for gaming devices, and whether or not it'd be suitable for 6 gaming devices in this particular location of a grocery store, and meets the 3-wall requirement. I'm interested in hearing from my fellow board members, but personally, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable if there was a pony wall or something, because 6 machines in a 20-foot space is pretty wide open. And obviously, you've been in the business a lot longer than I have. You understand what we're trying to protect. We're trying to protect minors and being sure that it's a gaming area, especially in grocery stores. This dates back to some of the smoking requirements and smoking alcoves and a lot of that, but has morphed a little bit into being sure that minors aren't close to it, or that we're being sure a grocery store is a grocery store and the gaming area is separate. So that's kind of where I'm at, and we can talk a little bit more about that. But the other issue is the staffing. And as you know, grocery stores usually have a requirement for a full-time attendant. Age 21 or older must be on duty at all times. Machines are available to the public for play. We can talk about that in a second. But Member Watkins, if you wanted to address just the alcove 3-wall scenario, now would be a good time if you want to ask Mr. Fuller questions about that.
I don't have any questions given what you already asked him on the record, and he says he seems to acknowledge that it's something that he's able to do. I'm of the opinion that the pony wall is appropriate to sufficiently distinguish and partition the area off from as gaming and from the general public, and for the reasons that the chair already mentioned on the record.
Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments regarding the 3-wall scenario?
Well, yeah, I agree. I concur with my colleagues that we should probably have a little more of a definitive separation between operation of the business and game.
Okay. So let's put a pin in that, put that aside. Let's talk about the second issue, which is general requirement for a full-time attendant to be on duty at a grocery store. There have been instances where the board and the commission have allowed a modification of that, usually in locations where, as you mentioned, there's less than 10 machines. So that's one significant factor that goes into play. It also goes into play about whether or not how much traffic, how much gameplay happens. So those are some kind of overarching issues that are risen. But from my time on the board, we kind of go through a list of questions. So I want to hear from you before I ask those questions. Why is it that you believe that this location wouldn't need the standard full-time attendant from your company?
Well, first of all, their average customer count is about 170 a day, which a major grocery store is probably maybe 10 times that. The cash register, there's a direct line of sight with no obstructions between the cash register that's always attended and the games. We're putting a camera on the gaming area. There's going to be a monitor mounted from the ceiling in front of the cash register. The payout system that we're using is going to be at the cash register, and going to have a convex mirror on one end of the wall also.
That's good to know. Those are all important facts, and I'm going to ask you probably some questions about that as well. Some other things that the board has heard is that sometimes it's difficult to find staffing in certain parts of town or certain parts of the state. Are you seeing that as an issue at this particular location?
No, every time I've ever been in there, they've been fully staffed. I'm surprised how many people are in there. Yeah. And they require somebody to be at the register at all times.
And how about for you, if the standard condition was on there, there had to be a full-time attendant, do you think you would be able to hire somebody for that?
It'd be real scary.
Yeah.
And we're going into a unknown location. If it got to where we could grow the machines, then that would be a possibility. I'd hate to go in and after 6 months lose so much, got to pull out. Wouldn't be good for me or them.
Yeah. Very well. State. Good point. Well taken. let me ask you a few questions that we go through when we've heard these type of requests before for a waiver or a modification of that condition. First of all, are you aware if all the cashiers at the store are 21 years of age or older?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. I assume because they probably sell alcohol, correct? Will all of the cashiers be trained by your company if this condition of you having your own employee wasn't there? Would you do formal training?
Yeah, somewhat. There's a couple employees there that are almost like management or assistant managers that have been around gaming operations for 10 or 15 years, so they're very familiar with it.
That's good to know. And those are employees that are full-time?
Yes.
Okay. Would Dynasty Gaming employees, your people, you mentioned you have 4 employees, would one of them be at the store on a daily basis? Is it your route operations that you hit every location?
Yeah, we try to go to every location every day.
Yeah. Okay.
Even though they have a dispenser, just to make sure there's no games down, everything's clean. The places that don't have dispensers, of course, we go in and pay the
Sure.
payouts on that physically.
Yeah. And I would assume that Dynasty Gaming would be, you probably have a hotline that your locations are able to call your route operating staff and get them over there immediately.
Mm-hmm.
That's important to know.
And their hours are only 9 to 9.
That's good, 9 to
They're not
9.
24 hours.
You mentioned line of sight, and I've got a diagram and a photo or two. How close is it from the cashiers to where the machines would be? Do you know approximately feet wise?
20, 25 feet, 20 feet probably.
Okay. And when we've talked about this with other requests, one of these cashiers in one particular scenario had to be open the entire time the store was open because it's ADA compliant. Do you know if one of these cashier locations has to be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Well, the main one, the management there requires it to be manned and open from 9 to 9.
So as part of that person's responsibility, they could be told that they are actually not just a cashier, but you're responsible for actively monitoring the gaming as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have an agreement or proposed agreement that would include that at this time? Understanding the normal condition is that your employee would be the one to monitor the machines. Had you contemplated if the commission did require that condition, that your contract would actually say the cashiers have to be trained, the cashiers have to have active sight, active monitoring? Is that already in your agreement?
It's not in there, but I could do an addendum to it.
Okay.
And they would have no problem with it. They've been probably the easiest to work with of any locations I've had in 36 years.
Great to hear. And you mentioned surveillance. Tell me a little bit more about where the surveillance camera or cameras would be.
Well, the camera is like where the games are, midway, going straight to them, and that comes on a monitor in front of the cash register. It's going to be mounted from the ceiling.
One camera shows all 6 devices, that whole
I'm
area.
going to see how it looks. I mean, they'll put in more cameras if needed. That's not a problem.
And the monitor, you said, goes to the cashier or cashiers locations?
And mounted from the ceiling right in front of them.
Okay.
All they have to do is look up and see.
At both. If let's say one person's not at cash register 1, they're cash register 2, is there 2 monitors that they can look up at, or is one monitor between the 2?
I originally set it up to where the payout dispenser is. If we need one at the other one, I can have that put in. That's not an issue.
Let me ask you some questions about training of the cashiers. You mentioned that some of the employees have been involved in gaming for a long time, so these would be easy questions for them. But when we've had these issues come up before, we ask things like, will the training include checking IDs from minors and requiring that minors stay away from the games?
That wouldn't be a problem. In this location, I've probably only seen one minor in there in my 10 or 15 times of visiting there. You just don't see them there.
Just low.
But that could be a condition. That's not a problem.
Good. Obviously, they'd be trained in proper licensing being posted. Those are something I'm sure your company is aware at all your locations.
Mm-hmm.
Providing responsible gaming materials that
all of them.
Your people there on a daily basis, so they'd make sure that's done. But if not, staff would be trained on that as well.
Correct.
they'd obviously have to understand, like we talked about, the agreement would say part of their job is actively monitoring the gaming devices. It's not just something that they might or might not do. It would actually be a job function. And so you'd have to work with the store to make sure that was part of a contractual arrangement.
Yeah, and the manager and the owner of the store they're very cooperative and they want this to work for them.
Good. And then the idea would be that there could never be less than one and preferably two cashiers. Always had to have a cashier actively monitoring the game devices. And you said that would make sense because it has to be a cashier open from 9 to 9.
Right. And they usually only run one cashier because with 170 customers a day, that's in comparison to a convenience store, that's probably a quarter or a tenth of what they have.
Right. In a convenience store situation, though, you would have a clerk sometimes has to go stock shelves or has to go check on the machine. In this situation, at a grocery store, your cashier actually has to be at the cashier location.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Those are all important questions for me about whether or not there would be a waiver of the standard grocery store full-time attendant of the slot route operator place. Member Watkins, did you have questions about the second issue?
Chair, I do not have any questions. I think the questions that you put forward and the responses were very thorough and have answered all of my questions. And given the few customers, the direct line of sight from the cashiers to the machine, that the payout system is, he mentioned, is at the cashier's register, that all cashiers must be 21 or older, and that there's a representation that all cashiers will be trained. And he gave us a bit of detail about the type of training that they would have. I don't have any further questions, and I'm okay with moving forward with this.
Thank you. And yeah, based on one of our photos, I don't know if you have this in front of you, Mr. Fuller, if you've seen it, but we've identified cashier station 1 and cashier station 2. Cashier station 2 is a little further away from a line of sight. So I'm guessing that cashier 1 is the one that's always open. Right. That's probably why they named it number 1.
I've never seen them use 2, but
okay,
I'm sure they do from time to time.
Okay, thank you. Judge Assad, did you have questions?
No, thank you, Chairman. Everything's been covered pretty well.
Okay, so here's where I'm at personally, Mr. Fuller, and I'll of course want to hear from the other board members. I'm interested in a pony wall of a little bit more protection. I am glad to hear you say it's not a location that has a lot of minor clientele, but I believe when the legislature had this idea of a grocery store with slots available, that they wanted it segregated. And some of that went back to the smoking requirements. But I think that's probably something you want to go back to and talk to the investigations division. Shouldn't be that big a deal. You've already built one wall, so you could build a pony wall to kind of block it off, still leaving, of course, enough line of sight that cashier 1 could see the player. You'd see their backs, but you'd see the front of all the devices. And then you've got the video camera. You may even look at, if you can't get full coverage from one camera, you may need to look at 2 camera situation. But you got the monitor above the cashier. That's all important to me. And then the issue about waiver of the not having a full-time SRO attendant in place, I understand based on what you're saying, it's somewhat difficult to find staff, difficult from a financial standpoint, especially if you got a limited number of customers and a limited number of players, could be financially burdensome, obviously. So I'm interested in that, but here's what I'd like to see happen. I left a pretty good record of all the things I want to see. And what I would encourage you to do is I'm going to ask my fellow board members to refer this back to staff, with the idea being is that your contract with this location would actually say those kind of things right in it. Cashiers have to be trained by you. Cashiers have to know that this is part of their job. Everything we walk through, that'd be a contractual arrangement. We've done that when we've looked at some of these waivers in the past. You have a responsibility to train them. You have a responsibility to show up with your staff on a daily basis and be sure everything's right. You have a responsibility to be on emergency call, and the store location has a responsibility contractually to you that they're actually watching machines. Ultimately, your responsibility is the licensee holder. But like I said, I want to hear from other board members, but my inclination is to say, why don't we send this back to staff, refer it back, and we look at the pony wall situation and a contractual arrangement. And the third would be the surveillance system.
If I could get that done before, could we do that as a condition?
Let's hear from the other board members and see what they say, and I'll come back and ask you some questions about that. Member Watkins?
I'd ask what or how long would you need to get that done?
Before the commission meeting.
So let's walk through that. Commission meeting is in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from tomorrow.
20th.
Yeah, week after next.
Week after next. Could you build a pony wall, be sure the surveillance is in place, and contractually add all of those things into your agreement with the location and get it signed? That we would have that condition on the license. Otherwise, my guess is the commission would just trail it or continue it.
Yes.
You want to try that?
I just need the specifics on all the questions that you have.
Yeah.
What I need to put in the contract.
Yeah, that's a little bit difficult because I can't be your legal counsel, but
Just a suggestion.
I left a really good record. Maybe you can get with legal counsel who can get with investigations, or you're welcome to. I'm not telling you, you got to hire an attorney. There's no full attorney act in Nevada, but they may be able to help you make sure the agreement's in place. I'm willing to do that with the understanding that the commission will read this transcript or see this video. And my guess is if you can't get all of these things done that we would put on here as a condition, that they'll just say, well, then we won't hear this today. How about see you in a month?
We were originally on November, and we ran some issues on the wall. We built one, then he come back and it wasn't sufficient, so we redid it. So I'd like to do it and keep it on this one if at all possible. I will make sure this stuff is done.
And I certainly understand that. And we're not here to slow down business or industry. That's not our goal. Judge, did you have questions?
No questions. I think we've covered it all and fully support your application.
Okay. The pony wall detail.
Yeah, let's go back.
I'll make that a condition. I think council has suggested I can just create a condition.
Okay, Member Watkins, I may cut you off. Did you get an answer to your question or have other questions?
I'm a bit confused, I guess, still about how long he would need.
Before the commission meets.
He's saying he needs
2 weeks,
14 days.
So 14 days, just to clarify, to 14 days to get the contract updated, to get the pony wall input, and then also to get the surveillance updated.
Yes, I can do that.
I'm wondering if there's a way that we can do it so that it doesn't necessarily need to be a condition precedent. I don't know if the other board members have thoughts on that.
Yeah, good question. My thought would be is that the recommendation from the board would say that there is a condition that there be a one pony wall to the satisfaction of investigations and enforcement divisions, 2, that there be a surveillance system that's suitable and adequate to the investigations division and the enforcement division, and then 3, that the contract includes all of the training and requirement and surveillance and actively monitoring that's required. And if those are in place, then the commission would approve it. I guess it could stay on the license because it would have been met or not. And Chief Hoffman, I would defer to you.
Yeah, this is getting kind of messy, and need to remember to allow time if there is a contract to review and inspections by enforcement, allow time for that. So if we're going to add all that on, I'm thinking referral back to staff might be the
Yeah, that's a valid point. So you wouldn't actually have 2 weeks. You'd have more like 2 days because enforcement has to go out and see it and all. So here's what I think we should do. If we referred this back, Chief Hoffman, would there be time if he was able to do all those 3 points to get it back on February?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. So you wouldn't have to go down to Las Vegas. Our meeting's down there. You could certainly appear. But I think with you, with or without counsel, you can talk to the investigations division, the enforcement division, and go through those things, the pony wall, the surveillance, and updating your contract. That's important to me.
I can get all that done.
Okay.
No problem.
So what we would do then, we'd refer this back to staff. They would work with you. You can start today on the surveillance and the pony wall and the contract, and you get back with investigations. You've already met the agents working on this. And the quicker you work, the quicker we get it back in front of enforcement to evaluate everything. And we get this back on the February agenda unless there's some major hiccup.
I just need to know, 'cause I built one wall and it didn't qualify, like I guess. So I'm thinking if it's a 3-foot high wall, and do you want an opening at each end or just an opening in one end?
Yeah, I don't want to get into construction business. That's not my forte. But I would tell you to base it on you've got other slot route locations. Look around other grocery stores. Get together with investigations. I'd be guessing to tell you what exact height is and whether there's a 1 entrance or a 2 entrance. But it's really meeting the intent of the legislature.
You just don't want to, you don't want to get one high enough where they can't see.
Absolutely.
Games.
No, we have to be sure. Good point. Yeah, the cashier has to have line of sight. Absolutely. Yep.
Whichever will you require.
I think you can work with investigations and come to the right size based on your experience and their experience. They'll know what an alcove is supposed to be according to legislative intent. Okay. Chief.
Yeah, I would say just on the height of the wall, just make sure there's that line of sight to the slot machines.
Correct.
And make it low enough so that the cashier can see the slot machine. That'll be the guidance on.
Okay.
And my experience with grocery stores and things, 1 entrance is fine. You don't need 2.
That's probably better for crowd control. You when they're coming in and out, your surveillance will catch that. Because otherwise, what you don't want a surveillance system that just gets to people's back of heads. That doesn't help us. We got to be concerned about a lot of things. Responsible gaming, keeping minors out, being sure that nobody's intoxicated. These are things that would happen at a grocery store, as you mentioned, that maybe has 10 times the clientele that this one does. But I assume if I talked to them and they were standing here today, they'd say, I hope I have 10 times the clientele. So we wish them the best of luck as well. What I'd like to do then, I don't think this requires a motion. What I'd like to do is refer this back to the investigations division and you work with them on those points with the idea that if we get everything done fast, we'd like to see it on our February agenda. Right. Do we need a motion, Madam Secretary, for any of that?
You do not.
Okay, very good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for answering our questions. And we wish you good luck and hope to see you. Preferably, you're welcome to come by Zoom next meeting and we'll see you hopefully in February. Okay. Very good. Thank you. All right, then, and item number 6, Madam Secretary, I would like to refer that back as well. So brings us to item number 7, which was on the consent agenda, bringing us to restricted item number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at U.S. Market for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Shields, Shortline Gaming.
Thank you for being here. I think you've got both item 8 and item 9. So if you want to tell us real briefly about item number 8.
Okay.
What is this location?
Yes, item 8 is we're going to be the slot route operator for U.S. markets, and they will be located over on Jones and Arby on the southeast corner, and the location should be opening within 1 month.
Yeah, that was my next question. So this is a new location being built. Do you have a projected opening date for the location?
They told me from US Market that they expect to have their C of O and being able to open within a month, about 30 days.
Okay, great. Member Watkins, did you have questions regarding this location?
No, good afternoon. I don't have any questions. Thanks for being here, though.
Thanks.
Judge Assad?
No questions, very straightforward.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Shields. I would entertain a motion then on restricted item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd be glad to make that motion with respect to restricted agenda item number 8. I move that we recommend approval of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
And we have a condition.
Oh, be sure I jumped your condition. Go ahead.
With the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted number 9.
Restricted number 9 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at US Market for a restricted gaming license.
Mr. Shields, tell us a little bit about this location.
This is a new convenience store opened about 30 days ago. It's located on the the northeast corner of Pebble and Rainbow. And that location, when it was approved, it's in a C1 zoning. It currently has a beer wine license through the county. It is operating now. The question that came up that there's a possible school close to the location, and they wanted to know a little bit about that. And so the convenience store is on the corner itself. It's then divided by a storage. It's surrounded by a storage unit that's open called Dollar Storage. And then next to that building is a Goddard school, it states. And Goddard School is actually a daycare center type school. So it's for pre-learning. And when the question came up, possibly too close to a school, it's really parents dropping off their kids. So there's no, I guess I'd say children that are loitering type things. The kids are drop off by parents over at that location.
Very good. And I understand that, is this county liquor licensing?
It is.
Okay. And they, in their definition of being in the proximity of a school, they don't include daycare centers. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Yeah. And you're probably aware that for gaming purposes, under the Nevada Gaming Commission regulations, that the Gaming Commission, although that isn't a specific definition, does have the ability to include schools being daycare centers. Have you been advised of that as well?
I have been advised of that. When I read that ordinance also, though, it did state if it was in a commercial zoning and the location wasn't put into, let's say, a residential area, then the board would have more latitude.
Yeah, and you're right. Those are some other factors that go into play is where is the location? Is there other commercial establishments around it? What is the clientele, which you mentioned? There's a lot of other factors that go into it, but being a school or a daycare, this one's a little bit of an interesting crossover. They call themselves school, but it is a daycare facility versus my understanding is the municipality talks about grades 1 through 12 being a school. The Nevada Gaming Commission certainly has the right to consider that being a school, even though it's not K through 12 or 1 through 12, whatever the local ordinance is. But proximity is important. Other commercial businesses are important. Minor clientele is important. Have you looked into any of that, or have you spoken directly to the Goddard School about their any concerns that they may have?
Well, I have not talked to them personally. I saw it is a franchise. Goddard is a franchise type operation there. And as far as on Rainbow, of course, Rainbow is primarily a commercial now street. The old days, back when I grew up, residential was around, but it's primarily all turned to commercial, and it's filling in completely as commercial property. So it's actually unusual to see a daycare fronting that major thoroughfare, but I guess they got the right deal on it.
And from the aerials, I've got photos. It looks like there is a storage facility right behind the U.S. market. Is that correct?
That storage facility, yes, it actually comes up in front. It goes in front and sort of blocks that school. I took a photo of it today, but if you were to look as far as that storage unit blocks completely the school from the convenience store. It does have, go ahead.
Do you know if the U.S. market and the storage facility have same ownership or co-ownership?
It's my understanding it's a build to suit operation as far as the U.S. market, and so they don't actually own the site. I'm not sure whether the actual landlord that they have is the same that owns the dollar storage, but I believe it could be, just because the driveway through to the storage unit goes through the same driveway as the U.S. market.
Have you personally been out to this location?
Yes.
Have you seen, understanding these children don't drive, have you seen a lot of mothers or fathers bringing their children into the U.S. market?
I've gone 2 different times and I've only seen a few cars out in the front. I would think that maybe I'm not catching it maybe at the morning time, where it maybe gets the busier time for people going to work and dropping off their kids, and maybe in the afternoon when they're picking up. But I did look, they have a playground on the side unit of the place, and there were no kids or anybody outside. I think that the kids are younger and are kept more indoors until.
How about the storage facility? Are you aware of any incidents or anything with the storage facility? I assume that probably has hours. I doubt it's 24/7. Do you know if it's 24/7, or do you know if there's been any issues with clientele or anything involving that?
It's a new operation also, and it's gated. So to get in, it's open during the day, but then after their day hours of operation, then you have to enter a gate code to get in.
And you may or may not know this. Some of these storage facilities actually have a live quarters for the manager. Do you know if this has a manager on site?
I do not know that.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is I'd be interested in, we don't want to increase a lot of traffic this close to a daycare center in terms of adult entertainment. And sometimes these are down the block. They're half a mile away. This is a stone's throw away. So if there was somebody on site for U.S. market, I assume that's 24/7, but a live-in person for the storage facility might make me feel more comfortable. Certainly would put that on as a condition, but it's something for you to think
I can
about.
let staff know that.
Yeah, okay.
I can find that out.
Member Watkins, did you have questions?
I don't have any other questions other than what you've already put on the record. I think the discussion was robust already. Thank you.
Judge Assad?
Oh, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm satisfied that the daycare center just, haven't had a grandchild to attend a daycare center. They are brought to the location by the parent or legal guardian, and they are taken into the facility by an employee of the daycare center. So there's absolutely no way that a 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old kid can wander away into a convenience store. So I'm satisfied that this will not be an issue.
Thank you, Judge. And I as well, based on Mr. Shields' representations of what he has personally seen by going to the location, the proximity concerns me a little bit, but the fact of what the judge just walked through with his personal experience, Mr. Shields' personal experience of being at the location, it doesn't seem like this daycare center is going to have a lot of actual being in front of gaming machines. And even if there was a older brothers and sisters, every operator of a gaming location has a responsibility to be sure that the minors aren't loitering around or certainly playing or getting involved with the gaming. So that's upon you as a slot route operator and the owner of the business. And then I can't tell how much minor clientele is here, but I would just encourage you and the business operator to be sure that they keep this as a heightened awareness. And you can tell your route operator employees the same thing. They need to be aware of this because it is so close to this daycare. And then I would also encourage you, if there is a live-in person at this location or the store employees at the U.S. market, be sure they keep track of any children around there because it is, again, just so close to the daycare center. But otherwise, I feel comfortable moving forward with the application, and your company's very responsible, so I know you'll do the right thing.
Thank you.
With
Yes, we will.
that, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 9.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the following condition: that the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
And Mr. Shields, you're aware of that standard condition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're at 12:23. Our next item is the new game approval. But why don't we've been going for an hour and 20 minutes or so. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and we'll be in recess till, let's make it 12:35. Thank you. All right, we are back on the record. Madam Secretary, what is our next agenda item?
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Free Money Blackjack, submitted by Aces Up Gaming, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is anyone here or available online from Aces Up Gaming, Inc.? There we go. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Adam Danes and Todd Taylor from Aces Up.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today. Tell us a
We
little bit about
appreciate
this
you guys.
game.
I'm sorry?
Tell us a little bit about the game, how you came up with it, and without going too deep into detail, take a minute or two to explain how the game is played.
Great. It's free money blackjack. It follows all standard blackjack rules. There's a mechanism where if the dealer gets 22, all hands push. And with that, the house will cover all splits aside from face cards and all doubles on 9, 10, or 11. And yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. There's a couple side bets on there. When the dealer gets 22, they can place that side wager as an insurance bet. And then there's also another bet called Gold Rush that is based on the amount of times the casino covers that split and double.
Great. I understand we didn't require a field trial on this, but has the game been in play at any other jurisdictions around the country?
It is. So currently it's in Kansas. Golden Eagle in the Kansas City area. Went live within the last 6 months. It's been performing excellent. And then we have several interested parties in Nevada, and we're just waiting for approval. And as soon as hopefully once we get that, then we can get started in Nevada.
How many tables are they playing in Kansas?
They started with just one table.
One, yeah. And you answered my second question, is interest here in Nevada. Without you divulging anything publicly, you're saying that there's several operators, establishments that are interested in putting this on the floor?
Correct.
There is, yes.
Good. All right. And we've read through all of your application as well as the math and everything that's required for you to submit this to the Gaming Commission and Game Control Board. So appreciate you going through that with our enforcement team. I didn't have any other questions. Member Watkins, did you have questions?
That it was successful in Kansas. Can you be a little more specific about what you've seen?
So I went out for training. I've been in the industry for 30 plus years, and the dealers very quickly were able to deal the game. And even though it's a smaller casino, the game stayed on the floor. Anytime a game stays on the floor for a length of time, then we know that the game's going to be successful. And so it's passed that litmus test, and they're keeping the game. And so now that was our first placement. Now that hopefully Nevada, we can move into casinos there, and then we'll start moving into various casinos around the country.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any further questions.
And Judge, with your background, I'm sure you've got some questions, having been a dealer before.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of curious to me. It's similar to another type of game that's out there, not blackjack per se, but another type of a offshoot from blackjack. Is that right?
Correct.
What's the name of that other one?
Free bet. There's actually several.
Free bet. Yours is free money, right?
Correct. So there's a free bet out there. I think AGS has
a free bonus game, which is very similar.
And Galaxy.
So
game that's
what
similar
is
well.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What was that?
Oh, Galaxy Gaming. So I know of 3 other games that are very similar to this out there currently in Nevada.
Okay. And then what is the difference, say, between your game and free bet or some of the other ones with Galaxy?
I would think that they're extremely similar.
Just branding, just a different flair on the game.
Yeah, so branding would be one, and I would have to specifically look at their rules compared to our rules. So I wouldn't want to speak on it without having actual facts in front of me.
So it's not identical.
Correct.
There's some slight variance, you'd say.
Correct.
Okay. So with the 22 being a push, if the dealer hits 22, it's a push for the players. Have you ran a statistical analysis of how many more times, say out of 100,000 plays, does 22 show up on a bust more than any other bust?
So we'd have to pull the math report out. We did have, I mean, that is in the math report. So the overall odds are in that report. I don't have the report in front of me.
So you can take a side bet on 22, right? As
Correct.
insurance.
Correct.
What's the payoff on that?
There's a couple different pay tables that we have. The pay table 1 in the BMM report, any 22 pays 8-1. If you match them up by the color, it's 20-1, and a suited 22 is 50-1.
So you take a side bet that the dealer hits 22, it's a 20-1 payoff?
If they're the same color.
Same color.
If they're
Yeah,
both
both
red.
red, both black.
Okay, and if it's the same suit, is it a different payout?
It pays 50-1.
What is it?
50-1, 50.
50 to, okay. And so if it's not the same suit or the same color, what's the payoff on that?
8-1.
8-1. All right.
And again, there's varying pay tables on that.
Okay. And then do you know if Free Bet or the Galaxy one has a push on 22 as well?
To my knowledge, yes.
So as a regular player of blackjack, someone who keeps track of the cards, not necessarily a sophisticated card counter, but just someone who's paying attention to the 10s and the 5s and the 6s, and playing basic strategy, why would I want to play this game over regular blackjack?
Just a different type of play. Some players like the splits and doubles covered for them. Some do not. The house has to pick up that additional edge. That's why the 22 is in play. Me personally, as a player, I would rather fund my own splits and doubles and keep that 22 as a win. But that's just personal preference.
Right. Okay. Great. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And a little bit of housekeeping matters here. This meeting today is being transcribed, so if you could, for the court reporter, please state and spell your names individually again.
My name is Adam Daines, A-D-A-M, and the last name is D-A-I-N-E-S.
And my name's Todd Taylor. It's spelled T-O-D-D, last name Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
Great. Thank you for doing that. And as I said, it's being transcribed, so that's helpful. It's also being audio recorded, so we have that as well. For the record as well, you're probably aware that if a recommendation is received by the Gaming Control Board or an approval is given by the Nevada Gaming Commission, that has nothing to do with being an express or implied ability or finding of fact regarding a patentability of a card game. Also doesn't have to do with being whether or not there's any potential liability or ownership. That's not the recommendation. That's not the fact of finding we make today as the Gaming Control Board and recommendation. Are you understanding that we don't get involved in patent or IP issues?
Yes.
Yeah, understood, and that would be expected.
Good. Yeah, exactly. We're making a recommendation upon whether or not this game is suitable to be put in front of gaming customers in the state of Nevada, but nothing with regard to its patent or even any other intellectual property, as you mentioned, trademark, copyright, the ways you brand games. Those are upon you and is not a liability situation to the board commission. Mr. Attorney General, Senior Deputy McKellar, has anything else we need to add on that to the record?
Just for the record that any approval is not intended to encourage or induce infringement.
Good. You understand that as well?
Yes.
Understood, yes.
Great. All right. I didn't have any other questions. Always interested in seeing new games and having you guys explain it to us. And always interested in the calculations and how it arrives to meeting Nevada's requirements for the player payout. So interesting game. And with that, Judge, I would entertain a motion if you'd like to make it regarding this new game.
Yeah, this doesn't have to go to the commission.
It's just to the board?
The board only.
But it's approved to go on the floor if we allow it. Is that correct?
Chair, I believe, if memory serves, your recommendation would constitute approval if the commission did not act within a certain amount of time. But it is, I believe, slated to go before the commission. It's just, it would be an approval if the commission did not act on the recommendation, and you're correct about it being able to go to the floor before then.
Correct. So is the motion today actually approval or is it a recommendation to the commission?
I believe it's a recommendation. If you give me a few minutes, I can confirm that.
That's okay. I think I know what you just walked through, and I seem to call you're correct that we can approve it to be placed on the floor, and there could be an objection by the commission, but in practice, we've been putting these on the commission.
That's correct.
Judge, do you understand that? Or you?
Yeah, so just as a point of clarification, does the commission also have to approve it? And if they don't approve it, it automatically is approved. Do they have to also bless it?
The commission does not. This is a recent legislative change last session or two, where, and I'm going off of memory, if the board recommends approval and the commission does not act, it is deemed approved. But as the chair said, it's generally been going on commission agendas and they affirmatively approve. And then the commission could also change that through the normal denial mechanisms.
I got it. Great. Thank you, John. So I would move for, with regard to this new game called Free Money Blackjack, which is NG01-01-24, D2023-0029. I would move that we recommend approval of the game as has been put forth here today.
So based on what you said, Senior Deputy McKellar, is that actually a recommendation to the commission, or is this a approval by the board? And if you need more time, I'm happy to do it. Just want to be sure we get the motion correct.
If you give me about 2.5 minutes, I can find that out for sure. I believe I am correct in that it is a recommendation, and that if the commission does not act on the recommendation, it's deemed approved, but I'm not 100% sure as I sit here.
I'm fine with that. Based on what you just said, I think that concurs with my understanding of the law as well. Our recommendation, and if the commission doesn't object, then it is approved.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, good. So the judge's motion, you would believe, is in order?
Yes, I do.
Great. All right. Madam Secretary?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Gentlemen, thank you. The commission meeting is a week from next Thursday, so approximately 2 weeks from now. I'm not sure whether or not they'll ask you to appear via online stream as well, but check with the enforcement division and they'll let you know.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both for your time, or all the people involved. Thank you for the time and hard work.
Very good. Thank you.
Really
Have a good
appreciate
day.
it. Thank you, guys.
Good luck to you. All right, Madam Secretary, what is our next item?
The next item for your consideration is the excluded person nomination of Neil Ahmed Hearn, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKellar.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, members Assad and Watkins. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. I have a presentation for your decision today on whether or not to nominate Neil Ahmed Hearn to Nevada's list of excluded persons. Pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.151, a person may be placed on the list of excluded persons if the board and the Nevada Gaming Commission determine the presence of a person in a Nevada gaming establishment poses a threat to the interests of Nevada or licensed gaming or both. And making the determination of whether to nominate a person for inclusion on the list of excluded persons, NRS 463.151 states that the board may consider 1, prior felony convictions, 2, crimes of moral turpitude, 3, violations of the gaming laws of any state, 4, failure to disclose a licensable gaming interest in Nevada, 5, willful evasion of Nevada gaming fees or taxes, 6, notorious or unsavory reputation which would adversely affect public confidence and trust the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements, and 7, a written order of a governmental agency which excludes or ejects a person from establishments with gaming. Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28.010 sets out that a finding on any one of these 7 factors is sufficient to include a person on the list of excluded persons. Mr. Hearn satisfies 3 of the factors. 1, Mr. Hearn has prior felony convictions. 2, Mr. Hearn has committed crimes of moral turpitude. 3, Mr. Hearn has been excluded from establishments which conduct gaming by the written order of a governmental agency. 1, Mr. Hearn has been convicted of 2 felonies in Nevada. On January 10th, 2018, Mr. Hearn was convicted of attempted theft. This crime involved the theft of gaming chips from a patron at the Aria Hotel and Casino. I have a short clip of this theft, which will be queued up for you in just a moment. In this clip, you will see Mr. Hearn approach from behind the patron positions at the table, observe for a moment, and then grab chips from the position of a patron who is temporarily absent from the table. And this clip will be played for you in just a second. Hearn and the yellow hat calmly approach table, grab chips from the table rack, and dash off. I will ask that clip to be played now. The facts giving rise to these felony convictions all occurred at licensed gaming establishments in Nevada and involved the theft of gaming chips from the gaming licensee or the patron. 2, Mr. Hearn has committed crimes involving moral turpitude.
Generally, a crime of moral turpitude is a crime that is contrary to the accepted rules of morality and the duties owed between persons or to society in general. In Nevada, a crime of moral turpitude includes crimes that constitute intentional wrongs with unlawful or improper intent. Conspiracy to commit a crime is a crime of moral turpitude if the underlying crime is a crime of moral turpitude. Crimes which involve intentional dishonesty, fraud, or intent to defraud are crimes of moral turpitude. Theft, larceny, and burglary are crimes of moral turpitude as they constitute intentional wrongs and acts of dishonesty. Mr. Hearn has been convicted of at least 2 crimes of moral turpitude, all of which involved gaming. These consist of the felony convictions I highlighted for you and showed clips of the actual crimes to you. The facts giving rise to these convictions for crimes of moral turpitude all occurred in licensed gaming establishments in Nevada. 3, Mr. Hearn has been excluded from establishments which conduct gaming by the written order of a governmental agency. On or about January 10th, 2018, 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada Judge Stephanie A. Miley ordered as a probation condition Mr. Hearn, quote, not enter any gaming establishment for the purpose of gaming, end quote. On or about June 27th, 2018, 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada Judge Stephanie A. Miley ordered as a probation condition Mr. Hearn, quote, not enter any gaming establishment for the purpose of gambling, end quote. Judge Miley further ordered, quote, stay out of the strip corridor unless employed therein, map provided in open court, end quote. Further evidence that Mr. Hearn poses a threat to the interests of this state and or licensed gaming is demonstrated by the fact that he has been convicted of 2 felonies for stealing gaming chips, coupled with the fact that the state agreed not to pursue 13 additional cases concerning the theft of gaming chips by Mr. Hearn as part of the plea agreements for those 2 felonies. Standing alone, Mr. Hearn's felonies, Mr. Hearn's crimes of moral turpitude, and the court-ordered exclusions of Mr. Hearn are each sufficient in and of themselves under NRS 463.151 to place Mr. Hearn on Nevada's list of excluded persons. Thus, the board may nominate Mr. Hearn for inclusion on Nevada's list of excluded persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Excellent presentation, and thank you for providing the video surveillance of Mr. Hearn's criminal activities. That was interesting to see for sure. Sometimes reading the documents is one thing, but seeing it actually happen, it's clearly obvious that Mr. Hearn's actions, his criminal actions, are not only brazen, and he would do this right in the middle of a casino floor, but based on what you've laid out in these documents, his criminal activities are prolific. So he is certainly suitable, in my opinion, to be nominated to the list of excluded persons for criminal activities of a brazen and prolific nature. So I appreciate you laying those all out. I would also say, I believe you said there was 13 other cases of his criminal activity that the Clark County District Attorney's Office determined to not move forward on in the acceptance of his plea to these other felonies. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, it is.
That's an extreme number of cases, and these are all the similar type that we saw on the videotape.
Yes, Chair, either grabbing chips from a Patron at a table or the table's chip bank.
Amazing. Yeah, the one where he grabbed a significant number of chips right out of the tray is phenomenal. You can see the customers and the employees pointing it out. So again, I would say that he, based on all 3 of these criteria individually, would be suitable. Just one of them, but all 3 taken together and individually certainly make him a perfect nomination, in my opinion, to not be allowed in any non-restricted locations in the state of Nevada. I want to hear from the other board members as well. Member Watkins, do you have questions or comments?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Um, I think you hit the nail right on the head when you use the word brazen to describe his activities and also use of the word prolific. And given, Mr. McKellar's representations on the board about on the record about his prior felonies, commission of crimes of moral turpitude, and exclusion from gaming establishment, I'm in support of this nomination.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. To me, this is a no-brainer. It's a slam dunk. We can't have people running around doing these kind of things. It not only brings the situation into focus with regard to the dangerousness of it, because a security guard could have gone after him. Who knows if he would have had a weapon and they could have had some kind of an exchange of a shooting in the casino. It's just not only brazen, but it's very dangerous to have this type of theft take place. A picture paints 1,000 words. So there's no question as to the convictions being sustained. He's long past any post-conviction relief statutes. And when you dismiss 13 other felonies as part of the plea bargain, as part of the colloquy with the court, he gives up his right to appeal those two convictions that he's convicted of, the felonies on January 10, 2018 and June 27, 2018 for attempt theft and grand larceny. First one at the Aria, second one at the Silverton Casino. You give up your right to contest that plea, any constitutional rights to counsel, Sixth Amendment rights. You waive all those when you do these types of plea bargains. So these convictions are solid. They're on the books. They're not going to be overturned by any type of appeal or post-conviction relief motions. He has definitely created a very dangerous situation. He meets the requirements of 151. Any one of those three, as you stated, requirements is enough to put him in the list of excluded persons. He fulfills all three with prior felonies, crimes of moral turpitude, and already being excluded from a gaming establishment by a 8th Judicial District Court Judge, Judge Stephanie Miley. So for me, this is a very, very clear-cut case. He should be placed in the list of excluded persons. So I'm in full support.
Thank you, Judge. And on a related note to what the judge eloquently laid out about the pleas that Mr. Hearn took, again, the fact that he has 13 other instances of this, I assume all those were in Clark County. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that is correct.
Yeah, that's phenomenal to me that there would be that many potentially felony gaming crimes occurring before something happened to this individual. The fact that he got probation on one of them is amazing to me. So I would ask the Office of the Attorney General to continue to work with the district attorney's offices throughout the state to be sure that when gaming crimes, specifically these high felony type of crimes with somebody as brazen as a Mr. Hearn, that we get involved from the AG's office or the Gaming Control Board to be sure that cases aren't plead down that could have unintended consequences. Here, he clearly has felonies and he clearly has gaming crime felonies. But again, I know that the Office of the Attorney General works with the district attorney's office, and we just want to be sure that these cases are not plead down so that we don't have an opportunity to look to them and decide whether a person should be on Nevada's list of excluded persons. So I would encourage your office to do that. Again, this particular individual has 3 criteria that clearly make him a suitable person to be placed on Nevada's list of excluded persons. And therefore, I would entertain a motion regarding this matter. Judge, would you like to make that motion?
I'd be glad to. Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. I would move that we create Mr. Hearn and place him in the list of excluded persons under NRS 463.151.
Just to clarify, the board nominates for the Black Book, so this would be a motion to nominate Mr. Hearn. based on the three criteria that I set out. And if I might be so bold as to clarify that any one of which would support the motion.
Do we need all of those listed in the motion, or suitable for the motion based on the recommendation of your three criteria, separate criteria?
I think if my clarifications are accepted, coupled with the record, that the motion would be sufficient.
Okay, good. Yeah, clearly in my mind, the record is well stated that all the criteria you've laid out individually, each of the three by itself would be suitable for placing Mr. Hearn in Nevada's list of excluded persons. And that was my understanding of what the recommendation motion.
Right. It would be a nomination motion rather than a recommendation.
Nomination. Yes. Motion to nominate based on each of the three criteria.
Correct.
Yeah. Good. All right. If you are satisfied with that as the motion, we will go ahead and call for a vote.
I think it has been clarified and we are good to go.
Great. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Nomination to the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Madam Secretary, brings us to what next item?
You have two casino player dispute appeals. The first item is Keith Austin versus Tuscany Las Vegas Race and Sports, case number 23LV00219. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And yes, this, I think both of these two patron dispute appeals were on our agenda from last month. And regarding this one, I had asked this to be moved to this month's agenda so that I had more time to consider it. I have had the opportunity to do that now, and I've gone through all of the findings of fact, the application of the law, and the hearing officer's reasoning. And I agree with the hearing officer that this particular wager should be, in the words of the hearing officer, the petitioner had the burden of showing the undersigned was more likely than not to have been paid the $1,200 wager, and that the petitioner did not show by preponderance of the evidence that he won his wager of $100. So therefore, I am in favor of agreeing with the hearing examiner, and of course want to hear from the other two board members. Member Watkins.
Yes, Chair, I would, I'm in support of that, maybe perhaps for different reasoning, but I think that even if we assume, because this is about disagreement as to what the main term of the contract means. So even if we assumed in the context of the parole evidence rule, that the language in the contract were ambiguous and examined evidence outside the four corners of the contract. From discussions with others who are familiar with language used in ticket writing, I had arrived at the conclusion that it appears that the meaning assigned by the licensee is customary. Although I am not someone who is familiar with placing sports bets myself, this seems to be customary in the industry. I would also note that even if we allow for a contract to be rescinded, each time if we did allow for a contract to be rescinded each time a patron misinterpreted the meaning of the bet, it would set an unmanageable precedent. So based on those two, I would move forward with the agent's decision denying payment.
Thank you, Member Watkins. Judge Assad?
Yeah, this is pretty clear cut. When you use the word conversion in terms of a football game, it means you must make the first down. It's pretty clear to anybody that bets sports or has bet sports. Maybe hundreds for sure, maybe thousands of people that bet on that particular proposition on Super Bowl Sunday got it right. This individual cannot claim today that there was a mutual mistake of contractual differences. Hundreds of people got it right. They understood what it said was you have to convert, which means convert to what? Convert to a first down. The fact that they had a number of yards in there as well as red herring. So I'm in complete agreement with the hearing officer's assessment. He should not be paid the $1,200.
Thank you, Judge. And again, just so our record is clear that the record in the investigation done by the hearing officer, I think, was very well done and included enough evidence for exactly what both the other board members went through regarding how this bet should be interpreted. So I think the record stands on itself, and that's what we are deciding this on, is based on the record. With that, unless the other board members have anything else to add, I will entertain a motion regarding this patron dispute.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move to this stays with us. This goes to this stays with us, goes to the commission.
That's correct, Judge. If you whether you sustain or reverse the hearing examiner or agent, the next step would be appeal directly to the district court.
Got it. So I would move that we accept the hearing officer's assessment and deny Mr. Austin the $1,200 that he claims to that he is entitled to.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. So that motion passes, and that'll be the order of the game control. Bringing us to the second patron dispute, Madam Secretary.
The second casino player dispute appeal item is Paul Haas versus Gold Dust West, case number 23RN00063. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be modified as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And this also was on our December agenda. It was referred back. I had some questions about computations, just trying to be sure that I understood the math that went into the hearing officer's recommendation. And I know since that time that there has been a additional computation and a supplemental to the original recommendation made. I've gone through that as well as the record again, and I agree with the hearing officer in her decision, her recommendation about how much of each category should or should not be paid out. The one thing I will say for the record is I don't know if the Game Control Board should be getting involved in restaurant discounts with regard to priority seating. It seems like not a most efficient use of our hearing officer's time, but I will consult the Attorney General's office separate and apart from this particular recommendation of whether or not that falls within a patron dispute. But this one makes perfect sense, and the hearing officer spent a lot of time going through it and broke down in the supplemental findings and recommendation exactly which amounts should or should not be paid, and I would agree with the hearing officer's recommendation. Member Watkins, did you have questions or comments?
I have comments. For each category of benefits, with exception to the drawing that was to occur on January 21, I believe it's 2023, the benefits had already been earned. And so I support the hearing officer's recommendation with regard to that. As of December 2022, Mr. Haas, I believe is how you pronounce it, had earned more than the 1,400 credits required to reach ultimate gold status and receive the associated benefits. But for the drawing, it was to occur on January 21st of 2023. And even the petitioner acknowledged that he was trespassed on January 20th. And I don't think you can base potential earnings from a drawing based on past drawings. I don't think you can base the potential earnings from a drawing on past drawings. And so with that, I support the hearing officer's recommendation in full.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad?
I concur with the Alexander Hardy hearing officer examiner's recommendation.
Great. Do we have a motion then?
I would move that we approve that Alexandra Hardy, who is the hearing examiner, her order where petitioner should be awarded $500 in bonus comps adjustments, a total of 1,000 e-cash, and a 30% restaurant discount with priority seating to be used until December 31st, 2023.
So to be clear on the the remaining money under the restaurant credit would have to be used by, what was the date?
December 31st, 2023.
I think let me look here. In the supplemental, yeah.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I think we moved it back to January 31st because the meeting moved from December
January 31st, 2024.
January 31st, 2024. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
I'll amend the motion to include that date.
Yeah. And so to the property and to the patron, if this motion passes, then the patron would have until the end of this month to use those credits. All right. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. And that motion passes, and that will be the order of the Nevada Game Control.
Chair, I'd ask if whether we need to make any change to the recommendation aside from the supplement, given that December date.
Was there another
that I
one?
I believe the December date is still included, but I'm assuming I have the most recent copy.
Yeah, it would be in Exhibit A. If you look at Exhibit A,
right,
and I'll go through it here just to be sure, Judge, you make sure this coincides with your motion. We had that the $100 in e-cash, which was already agreed to, $300 in VIP perks, $600 in e-cash, a total of $1,000 converted into cash, $500 bonus comps adjustment to be applied toward food complimentaries, 30% restaurant discount priority seating to be used until January 31st, 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Member Watkins,
yeah,
is that?
I see it in the supplement. I was wondering if in the main portion of the document that needed to be updated, or if it to be consistent with the supplement.
I understand your point. So we need to make sure that our order, and this was pursuant to the motion, that the order we sign includes that it will be in accordance with Exhibit A to the order.
Okay.
And I think we can do that working with the Attorney General's office and the Executive Secretary to be sure that the order before signed by the board members is clear that it pertains to the amounts we just set on the record, which corresponds with Exhibit A. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right. Next item, Madam Secretary.
You have one regulation agenda item regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 25.040 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Mr. McKellar, again, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission are proposed changes to Regulation 25.0540. The draft before you is dated November 13th, 2023. The changes are very straightforward. The board would like to reduce the reporting requirements for independent agents. In line with the reduction to reporting requirements, the board would like licensees to keep records, which include the eliminated reporting requirements. And these changes are before you today for recommendation to the commission. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. And yes, I agree. They're very straightforward. And I think this is a streamlining for both the industry and the Gaming Control Board in terms of trying to have less paperwork that's not necessary to pass back and forth. And hopefully we'll save a few trees in the process. So I am in complete support of it. Do you know if there was any industry discussions either with your office or with our senior policy council with the industry about these changes?
I am not aware of that. I know these changes originated from Diane Presson within the investigations division. And if I know her, she did have these discussions.
Very good. I'm sure Ms. Presson did as well. And again, I wouldn't see that the industry having any problem with this other than that they probably wish we would have done this years ago. Great. Member Watkins, did you have questions regarding these proposed amendments?
Yes, just to clarify this, the change would be such that they don't have to create two separate lists, and that the recording requirement has changed to a retention requirement of 5 years.
Yes, that's correct, Member Watkins. The two reporting requirement lists would be reduced to one, and it would just be lists. And then the former reporting requirements would be record maintenance requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary, may I ask are you aware if there's been any public comments submitted regarding these regulations?
We have not received any public comments.
Okay, I know that's important for the record that we clarify. And Mr. McCullough, you've already stated for the record that you are not aware of any being submitted to your office.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, good. That's important to note for any recommendations we send to the commission. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Do we need a motion then that we recommend these to the commission?
That's usually the way it works. And I would also ask that such a motion include an effective date of upon adoption and approval by the commission.
Great. Thank you. Judge, are you prepared to make that motion?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move that we recommend to the commission the adoption of modifications to Reg 25.040 as described by Deputy Attorney General Michaela, and with respect to reporting requirements being modified to retention lists as stated by Mr. Michaela.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. And did we include the upon adoption and approval?
I think the record reflects the intent on that. And so I will make sure to include that on my commission presentation.
Yeah, exactly. As long as the commission makes that in terms of their actual approval of the revision, that's more. But that's clearly the intention of our recommendation. Very good. Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, what do we have next on the agenda?
Next on our agenda are the Nevada Gaming Control Board division reports. I believe we are hearing from technology this month.
Thank you very much. Chief Barbie, are you with us in Las Vegas this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Chairman. I am.
Great. We're very happy to have you make this presentation. I believe you are the last of the 6 divisions presenting your division and what the public wants to hear and know about regarding what your technology division does on behalf of the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. So we're eagerly looking forward to your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Jim Barbie. I have the privilege of being the chief of the Gaming Control Board's technology division. Today, I'd like to walk you through the division's primary responsibilities, give you a brief oversight, and take any questions that you might have. The technology division has 2 fundamental roles. We are the entity at the Gaming Control Board that has oversight of all technology that's used in the conduct of gaming here in Nevada. And the division is also responsible to provide the board with its internal information technology service and support. The technology division is the primary point of contact for the board for all new gaming products to be used in Nevada. We act as the point of contact for any innovator with other stakeholders here at the board. When someone has something they would like to bring to the state as far as technology goes, they engage with the technology division, and then we work with our audit, our tax and license, our enforcement division, and potentially our Office of Attorney General on how that technology might fit within our gaming structure. The technology division plays a role in all aspects of the gaming technology lifecycle. It begins with collaboration with the innovators when they wish to bring product here to Nevada. It works its way through during the licensing process, all the way through to the day-to-day operation of gaming technology throughout the state. For example, we work with conceptual reviews. If somebody has a product they would like to bring, we'll consult with that innovator on how that technology might fit within our regulatory structure. We work with our investigations division on the licensing and registration requirements. We'll evaluate applications to assist in determining the appropriate license or registration that might be required. We work with our investigations division on data acquisition during the licensing investigation. And then we develop and maintain through our IT section the system of record that's used to process and manage those applications. Once technology or once an applicant is sufficiently licensed, then we work through the technology approval process. We administer the technology process, the review and approval process. We have standing biweekly meetings and monthly meetings with key industry stakeholders. These include most of the major gaming manufacturers and operators, as well as the independent test labs. And then we're responsible to develop and maintain the system of record for tracking and processing all of those approvals. Additionally, once the technology has been approved, we are involved in the ongoing inspection of gaming operations relative to operating gaming technology. We have a team of agents who conduct field inspections to ensure that all gaming technology is being operated as approved. We aid our tax and license division with the periodic review of licensed and registered gaming establishments. And then we aid in the investigation of patron complaints and disputes. We're the lab for our enforcement division. In addition to the gaming life cycle of the technology itself, we're also involved with the regulatory maintenance. It's our responsibility to stay conversant with whatever the contemporary technology trends may be, and to evaluate those for potential gaming applications, such that when those technologies are presented to us, we can evaluate those for whatever potential risks may be associated with that. And also staying abreast of current technology and changes within the industry to make recommendations to the board and commission on amendments to the statutes and regulations related to gaming technology. Another key role that we play is regulatory collaboration and consultation with our counterparts and peers throughout the world on matters related to gaming technology. We meet regularly with foreign jurisdictions to discuss technology matters in general. And then we serve as the technology representative of the board matters related to gaming technology to the gaming industry at trade shows, career fairs, and other industry events. The technology division is comprised of two sections. We have the lab, and then we have information IT. You could say underneath the lab, we have our associated equipment group, our games group, and our field services group. Underneath information technology, we have application development and network services. So the two fundamental elements of the technology division are the lab and IT. So as Chief Lanksavat had TLC with the tax and license division, the technology division is lit. I apologize, this is a wall of text for the for our org chart, but I wanted to make sure and get everyone, get them up there. The technology division has 44 total staff. We have 2 administrative staff, 4 audit professionals, The remainder are technology professionals, computer science and engineers, and network specialists. And we currently do have 8 open positions that we're actively filling. So let's talk briefly about our information technology section. The 2 groups there, application development and network services. Application development is the group who provides the custom development, maintenance, and support for all of the board's software applications that are critical to the accomplishment of our day-to-day operation. These include the board's systems for managing gaming licenses, registrations, tax payments, our website, and the gaming technology approval management system. In calendar year 23, the application development team successfully completed approximately 1,381 support tickets with an average resolution time of 4.7 business days. A support ticket could be anything that ranges from a minor software change all the way through to implementing potentially a significant feature into one of those other systems that we maintain. Next, the application development section consists of a programming manager, a programming supervisor, and 8 senior application developers. Next, we'll move on to network services. Our network services team, these is the group of professionals that provide all level of IT support services to board staff, again, that allow the board to successfully conduct our operational processes and daily responsibilities. This includes our help desk support, our network engineering, and support for all of the board's computing, telephony, and video conference systems. In calendar year 23, our network services team successfully completed approximately 3,000 support requests with an average resolution of 4.3 business days. This would be your traditional help desk type responses. And at 3,000 requests, the board has approximately 400 staff. You can see that our help desk and our network services team process quite a few help desk tickets daily. Our network services team is comprised of a system manager, a senior network specialist, a systems administrator, and 5 network specialists. Next, I'll talk briefly about our lab. Our lab consists of 3 groups, our associated equipment team, our games team, and our field services team. Our associated equipment team, they're responsible for administering the approval process for all new associated equipment and subsequent modifications thereto. They also consult with the manufacturers on the regulatory requirements for associated equipment and provide direction and liaise with the independent testing laboratories. The term associated equipment is somewhat unique in Nevada. Associated equipment, by definition, is basically everything that's used in the conduct of gaming that is not a gaming device. In particular, it's anything that's not a gaming device or anything that affects the proper reporting of gross revenue. These would be systems such as cashless wagering systems, online slot metering systems, race and sports pool systems, bingo and keno. All of these type of products fall under the category of associated equipment. In calendar year 23, we had approximately 31 new associated equipment products and then approximately 234 modifications processed through our team. The team consists of an audit supervisor, a senior engineer, and 3 senior audit agents. Next, we'll talk about our games group. Our games group, equivalent to our associated equipment group, administers the approval process for all new gaming devices and subsequent modifications. Our games group meets regularly with representatives from the industry and also works daily in collaboration with the independent test labs. Once a gaming device is approved, a modification to a gaming device, such as a new theme, changes to the existing themes, or any changes to the hardware or software, require approval prior to deployment. We refer to those as modifications. In calendar year 23, we didn't see any new gaming devices come through. However, we did see approximately 959 modifications. I should have noted on each slide our turnaround times for modifications for both associated equipment and gaming devices, I believe was under 3 calendar days during calendar year 23. So each of those 959 modifications was processed in less than 3 days. Our games group consists of a senior engineer and then 4 lab engineers. Next, I'd like to talk to you about our field services group. Our field services team, they inspect gaming licensees to ensure that they're operating approved gaming devices and associated equipment, properly maintaining the equipment, and offering their gaming products in a compliant manner. We have a team of technicians in both the north and the south that each day they come into work. They run a report that randomly selects a number of locations, and then they show up at those locations, they announce themselves, and then inspect those gaming products. In calendar year 23, we inspected 840 locations and approximately 4,400 gaming devices. Of note, it's our goal to inspect every location, and there's approximately 2,500 within the state, at least once every 3 years. Our field services team is also responsible for the technology division's digital forensics section. We have a digital forensic team that's certified on best practices for electronic evidence collecting and handling. We have previously assisted our enforcement division with criminal investigation by acting as the digital forensics group, and we also assist our investigations division during the application process with acquiring the digital footprint of applicants. The field services team also assists the board's enforcement division with the investigation of patron complaints or disputes and with live game analysis. There was a previous agenda item, the live game there, where we discussed game rules and variations. Those get submitted to our enforcement division. Our enforcement division enlists our assistance to evaluate the probabilities and statistics to ensure that they're consistent with the state's expectations. In calendar year 23, we performed approximately 258 complaint and dispute investigations, and we reviewed 29 live games. Our field services team consists of a senior engineer, 5 technicians, and then all of the engineers participate in field services activity. I'd like to close out and talk a little bit about the year in review. The technology division's had some significant accomplishments this past year. At the start of the year, in accordance with Executive Order 2023-03, the technology division identified 6 regulations that were subsequently repealed with the effect of reducing the regulatory burden on the approval and use of gaming technology. I take a bit of pride in that, as the board recommended 21 regulations to the commission for amendment or repeal, and the technology division, of those 21, the technology division had 6 there. So we're a little greater than 30% or a little less than 30%. I think my battery died.
Technology issue.
Technology at its best, yes. Wait a minute. We used to get up to change the channel on the TV, so I can do this way as well. Apparently, I can't do it manually. There we go. Thank you, Jesus. So in addition to the executive order, the technology division, in collaboration with the industry, we revised the criteria for field test requirements to take into consideration the approval status and the operation of gaming products in other regulated jurisdictions in an effort to expedite the approval of new technology. Details of that can be found in Industry Notice 2023-65. The goal here was to recognize the proper operation of gaming products in jurisdictions that regulate and have requirements that are materially the same as Nevada. And provided those products have been running error-free in those jurisdictions, not requiring that field test here within the state. Additionally, we implemented the ACES initiative. The ACES initiative is significant in that it adopts a more risk-based approach to the associated equipment approval process. The goal here is to allow the industry a more agile approach in their product development and deployment process. This can be found in the industry notice there. I can't see the bottom of the screen. Recently, we also implemented the Ante-Up initiative, under which the technology division staff may perform field test procedures in lieu of participating licensees. That was industry notice 2023-114. What's significant about the Ante-Up process is that with the technology division, instead of the participating licensee conducting the field test procedures, that will allow us to reduce the test period duration, lessen the burden on the licensee by the board taking on that responsibility. And then since we have real-time access to the field trial information, we should be able to identify deficiencies more timely. Looking at our IT side of the house, we've transitioned to a deliverables-based agreement with our vendor to complete the board's migration to our new system of record. That is flowing smoothly at this point. And we also continued to during calendar year 23, we continued to modernize the board's IT infrastructure. We upgraded significantly our networking infrastructure, our file storage, and our document management systems. So on the horizon for 2024, we are currently working again in collaboration with the industry to establish some timeframe guidelines by which the technology division and the industry will work towards during the overall technology approval process. This should help technology providers better plan for when their technology may be approved during the review process. We're also evaluating the potential application of the new innovation beta process for associated equipment. Currently, and I've forgotten the particular regulatory citation, but under Reg 14, there is a process referred to as new innovation beta that allows gaming devices, both new and modified gaming devices, to be placed on the floor prior to being fully compliant, under a certain notification to the public and having mitigating controls in place for the licensee, allowing those products to be placed prior to being fully compliant while the board evaluates those products and as importantly, while the innovator collects real-world data on the operation of that technology. Again, that's referred to new innovation beta. Currently, it's solely to be used with gaming devices. However, we are evaluating how we can apply that to gaming associated equipment, and we hope to make some announcements on that here within the next quarter. In addition, during 2024, we hope to provide an update to the technical standards, both for gaming devices and the various forms of associated equipment. We have a new gaming employee registration portal that we're excited to see launch here in Q1 of this year. And then the big news for all of us here at the board, we'll be moving to new consolidated board offices. The technology division is playing a significant role in this process. There's a lot more to a move than just picking up the furniture. You have to have your technology infrastructure in place. And as I'm finding getting cable connection and just ordering that number of telephones and whatnot presents a bit more of a challenge. And those will actually be some of the mitigating factors that determine when we can move in versus when the building itself is actually physically ready. But that's what we're looking to do in 2024. So there's a small overview of the technology division. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Chief Barbie. Very impressive presentation by you today. I doubt that there's many people involved in Nevada's gaming industry that understand everything that is done by the technology division. So you laid it out very well on how many different departments and people are involved in the technology division and the IT that goes into making sure that the Game Control Board can adequately regulate and support the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. I would say, too, that you're probably too humble to say it, but I will say for the record that I know that gaming jurisdictions around the world lean on and learn from Nevada's technology division. And I know that happens on a daily or a weekly basis where you get calls from other jurisdictions here in North America as well as around the world to try to see how Nevada runs technology and efficiently regulates the gaming industry. So congratulations to you and all of your staff for doing that, not only for Nevada, but being a good gaming regulatory partner around the world. And I also want to thank you and everybody in the technology division for all of the wins and the accomplishments that you did through 2023 and look forward to continuing to do that in 2024. So again, thank you for the presentation. Member Watkins, did you have questions or comments?
Thank you. I don't have questions, but I do have comments. And first and foremost, I'd like to say that I truly like the acronym LIT for the lab and IT division. I think that'll certainly resonate with the younger crowds. And I can certainly appreciate the double entendre there. I'd also like to remark that, you know, because so much of gaming is technology, you all have a really tough job and you stay busy, you know, from IT to digital forensics, like you spoke about. There's just so much to do. And congratulations on leading us through so many significant changes this year, as you talked about the ante-up and the ACEs and repeal of regs, in addition to you all having to stay apprised of and to keep trained to keep up with changes in the industry. And just to echo what the chair has said, I've been at conferences and standing around after sessions where, you know, leaders from other jurisdictions are coming up to you to ask questions or to, you know, just get your input on certain things. So certainly you all have led on a global scale and you're at the helm to that. So appreciate the wonderful year you've had and your leadership over the course of the last 20 plus years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Member Watkins. And I would like to point out, I tried to keep the presentation brief, but and just highlight some of the major things. But I would like to point out the wins that our staff get on a daily or a weekly basis. I talk about how we approve this many and that many, and those are easy things to put on a slide, but it's a little more difficult to put out there how hard our team works to collaborate with the industry. You know, it's not uncommon for Friday at 4:59 for an emergency to pop up. And then our team is investigating how can we make this happen if there's a particular approval or whatnot that needs to take place. Or that we've got a product that, you know, it's Super Bowl season and there's a new football or a new sports book or a new sports wagering product that may need to get out there. You know, what can we do to crunch to try to get that where it needs to be? Or a particular entity may be going out of business and we need to pivot here, or there's another particular product that might have an issue in the field, and you know we may need to figure out how to work that out and get our stakeholders here at the board all huddled up together to do that. Those are things that I think kind of go unsung. Our team works on that on just a daily basis. That is a day in the life of. So I know our team, they work hard for our industry. They work hard for the state of Nevada. At the end of the day, always trying to do what's right and just, but also understanding that we're part of the big picture of the gaming industry in Nevada. Yes, we have a role to play in that, and we try to make that as painless and as collaborative and cooperative as we can.
I think you've
well said,
succeeded in
Chief
that.
Barbie. Yeah. Go ahead, Member Watkins.
No, I was just saying, I was agreeing. I think you've succeeded in that. Thank you. I don't have any further comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, well said, Chief Barbie, and I would be remiss if I didn't echo all of your comments. I know we were both involved in something just within the last couple of weeks where your staff stepped up on a Friday afternoon and worked throughout the weekend that never makes the newspapers, doesn't make the kudos in the gaming magazines, but that kind of commitment to the state of Nevada and the gaming regulation should not be unsung. And I would tell the gaming industry that those are the kind of things that they should say kudos to you and all of your staff when you're not in the room. I encourage them to say those things when they're around other members of the gaming industry, to say, yeah, technology stepped up for us on a Friday afternoon and worked throughout the weekend to be sure that we were able to be up and running by Sunday for football. Those are big things that people don't see, and congratulations to you for pointing it out and supporting your team. Judge Assad, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would just, I'll keep it brief. Oscar Wilde once said brevity is the soul of wit. So I'm going to keep this really brief. I would echo all the comments from Chairman Hendrick and Dr. Watkins and say how much I appreciate you and your staff. I want to commend you and the staff in particular for being the hub that makes the Gaming Control Board operate efficiently. Without that, I don't know what we would do. So you also work in conjunction with the other divisions. Your staff and you do a great job. You're very integral to the entire operation of GCB. And I want to just express my sincere appreciation for you and your staff and all the efforts that you do. Whenever I have an issue with a cell phone that's not working or my computer is not working, I call Susan or Jesus and they're right up there within 10, 20 minutes. That's a reflection upon you and your staff. So thank you so much for everything you do for us.
Great. Thank you, Judge. And I couldn't agree more. You know, a lot of when we talk technology division, a lot of people only think about the industry facing. We wouldn't be able to face the industry if we didn't have our IT section keeping us up and running. You know, the chair had mentioned an issue that we recently ran into, the simple matter of the power going out here at the Grant Sawyer building. It impacts all of the residents here in the building, but it has a significant impact, let's say, in our IT section, because we have product that is industry facing, such as our ability to collect taxes and the gaming employee registration. But our hardworking staff within the IT section, they're able to bring that product down gracefully so that when the power is restored, that they can bring that up and get right back into service. And yes, you know, we had our team working after hours, and it's not uncommon. A lot of the work that we need to do to keep our infrastructure afloat can't be done during business hours. So, you know, major system upgrades, those type of things, those happen at night and over the weekends, and our staff always step up for that. So, no, I'm, as I said, I'm privileged to be the leader of this group.
Great. Thank you again, Chief Barbie. Excellent presentation, and kudos to you and all of your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, what do we have left on the agenda?
I believe we're down to just public comment.
Great, go ahead.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this afternoon? I don't see anyone. Member Watkins, is there nobody there?
I don't see anyone here for public comment, Chair.
Okay. Is there anyone here in Carson City wishing to make public comment this afternoon? No. Member Watkins, do you have anything for public comment?
I don't have anything further, Chair.
Okay, Judge.
I'd just like to say thank you to Chief Hoffman and Mr. Teggio and Deputy Chief Rippey for all the hard work they do each and every week, preparing us each and every month for the agenda that we go through. So without their hard work, we'd be lost. So thank you all very much.
Absolutely agree with that, Judge. And been a pleasure being up in Carson City, enjoying the snow today. Hopefully everybody makes it home safe. And I'll take just a moment of personal privilege to talk about my tie today. My daughter, Kyla, knows that I like to have a new tie for every board meeting. And so for Christmas, she gave me this beautiful tie. So I publicly want to thank her. If there's no other public comment, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for appearing in person or virtually with us today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.